PASCAL. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody rise up weekdays. Catch us live, somebody. Let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in good spirits because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. All right. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. Show us your coffee. Okay, here it is. Coffee. Coffee's here. Coffee's here and ready to go. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but it's been one interesting weekend. I'm sorry. It's been one interesting weekend. A whole lot of things going on overseas and then some. We're going to be talking about that in another show. Not this show, of course, unless something big, very big happens. Okay. But again, very explosive. See what I... Very explosive. Let me try that again. Very explosive weekend. Yeah? No? Because okay. But anyway, we're going to be talking about that a little bit later on. I promise you that. Okay? Again, yeah, there was no show this weekend. Okay? There was no shows this weekend. I took the weekend off. Much needed weekend off. It was a long week. I think we can all agree on that. But I'm glad I'm here with you guys to talk about what's going on. There's a lot of things that are still going on in this Diddy trial. A lot of crazy things still going on in this Diddy trial. So we got to get into this. So do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, Rumble. Please don't forget to hit that follow button or that like button wherever you're watching this show. If you are watching on my YouTube channel, the main page, make sure you are subscribed to my YouTube channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Make sure you're subscribed over there as well. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. Okay? Please be sure to do that. All right? And yeah, let's get into this. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Support the channel if you can. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, okay? PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was one of those kind of weekends where, you know, if you slept through the weekend, pretty much, like if you just brain completely turned off and just not following anything that's going on, I'm sure you woke up on Monday, basically going, wait, what did I miss? Wait, huh? Because some interesting things are going on, guys. Is it not? Is it not? Yeah. Okay. Common sense says too busy for war. Yeah. I got to find me a job and take care of my kids. Why can't man just have a business meeting and pay lawyers like the rest of us folks? Yeah, you know, isn't that interesting? I mean, with everything that's going on overseas, I mean, of course, I am a proponent and a strong believer of let there be peace on earth, right? Let there be peace. Peace in the Middle East. Like literally, we are back at that phrase all over again, right? And could potentially be saying that for a good while, because again, everything that's going on with Iran, Israel, now America has dragged themselves into the group chat, right? I really do still think that we need to be more on the side of no war, but that's just me, right? I know some other people that are all about it. That the president has done no wrong, right? What he chose to do is what he chose to do, and he needed to do this, right? It was about damn time. Some people are just diehard supporters of whatever Trump does, but there are a lot of other people out here that don't agree with it at all. right? Like myself, I don't agree with it. I don't think that there should be a war going on, period. I believe that we should all try to live on this big blue marble peacefully in as much unity as we can. Because drama gonna drama. We already know that. But the things that are going on out there, man, I really do wish that they could just get into a room and talk it out, figure it out, so we can move on, so we can have less people losing their lives. But that's another conversation in itself. I mean, even so, we had the airstrikes, okay, the B-2s, not the B-52s, but the B-2s, okay, went in and they dropped, boom booms harder than Hiroshima. And then, of course, Iran now is saying that they promised that 50,000 plus soldiers will be American soldiers will be going back home in body bags. I'm not kidding. Okay. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Iran is angry now. And now their sights and anger is towards America. And it's not good. I'm just going to be real. It's not good, and you don't have to be a pro at knowing the history of the tensions between Iran and Israel, or why America is getting involved in the way that it has been getting involved. You don't have to be a pro to know whether we should be going into war or not, right? I just don't think war is the answer, in my personal opinion. And now everybody and their mama is basically saying WW3. Oh, boy. Yep. Now everybody's WW3. It's insane. But obviously, we're not here to talk about that. We are seeing another battle, okay, of baby oil and Astroglide. But we are seeing a battle within the courtroom. And there's been some very interesting things that have happened in the courtroom this morning. One thing is for sure, I'm gonna cut straight to the chase. Okay, I just need to let you guys know, Diddy is not bringing any witnesses. He's not bringing any witnesses to the stand on his behalf. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He is not bringing any witnesses to defend or to testify on his own behalf. I got to hit the button. I'm sorry, that is some... Okay, now, here's the thing. Ain't that a little wild? Ain't that a little wild? Defense ain't even going to come in with a defense. They don't even have a case. Now, let me just say this. Is that normal? Listen, I'm not a lawyer, as you guys already know, okay? I've never heard anything like this in my mother-loving life. That's something that we're going to get to here in a little bit, okay? But nonetheless, what? So in other words, jury will be out for deliberation before the end of the week, of this very week. So remember when they said, oh yeah, prosecution said, oh yeah. We'll be done before the end of June. We all were like, yeah, okay. They'll be going into deliberation by July, around the 4th of July. Nope. It's going to be a lot earlier than that, guys, which is absolutely mother-loving insane. The defense is not, I repeat, is not bringing any witnesses to testify on Diddy's behalf at all. They have no one. Nobody, no one. And that is weird. I've never heard of that in my life. In every other trial that we've ever seen, haven't we seen defense at least bring one or two people to come in and testify? This one I've never seen. Never seen this approach. It's weird. Now, I also think that maybe the people that would come in and testify for Diddy in his, on his behalf, maybe they all got scared because they feel like if they were to step forward and speak out, okay, that they could catch charges too. That maybe they're so scared that they're like, nah, I'm not going out here and defending him. Then next thing you know, the feds are going to be out looking for me. And they're going to be putting cases on me. Nah, I'm good. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Now, here's the thing. I know that Shogun Panda, okay, just said, never say never. I get it. Bieber, get it. But still, true. For the defense, some random miracle could happen tomorrow. And they go, oh, no, we got one person, right? But right now, they have nobody. Now, here's the thing, too. Now they're saying that they believe that the feds will be done tomorrow. Okay. They got their expert back on the stand, Joseph Curciello. Okay. I don't know if I'm saying his last name correct, but the special agent from the Homeland Security Investigations special agent, he's on the stand or was on the stand. I don't know where they're at right now, but he was testifying, finishing up what he was doing. Now, what's interesting is that now they're saying, and I'll show this to you too, that they're expecting to do closing arguments as early as Thursday. So yeah, there'll be today. They say they should be finishing. Government won't rest their case in chief until tomorrow. Okay, setting closing arguments as early as Thursday. So they'll go in, they'll do that thing. They have closing arguments on Thursday, so they get to finish what they need to, wrap everything up in a nice tight little bow, little freak off bow. You know what the defense is going to say? The defense is going to say, oh, this was all love. This was all love. Don't you see? This whole thing was all love. And then the prosecution is going to be like, no, this was filled with, substance fueled freak offs made, putting women, these particular victims, against their will. Right. So apparently, as early as Thursday, like I said, closing arguments. And then deliberation. So it'll look like Friday there'll be jury, verdict watch, and then there'll be a whole weekend, and then as early as next week we will hear a verdict on Diddy. This is the wildest thing I've seen. This is not the other stuff. Everything else so far, I mean, aside from the baby oil and the nut juice, all that stuff is nasty and weird and wild. But as far as the typical trial, how a trial goes, yeah, it's pretty standard. But I've never seen or heard anyone say, yeah, the defense is not going to be bringing any witnesses. I've never heard that before in my life. Okay. I ain't never heard that before in my life. So that, I don't know. What can that tell you? What does that signify to you guys? When the defense says we ain't got nobody to testify, does that not tell you a little something? You know what I mean? Because there was always the question of, will Diddy take the stand? Everybody, they might have been asking that same doggone question. All right. Looks like he's not going to. If the defense is basically saying, hey, we got nobody, we're not bringing anybody up, that also means Diddy's not taking the stand. Unless out of nowhere, he's like, nah, you need to get me up there, man. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. But it is very weird. You never know. He might just go, hey, let me get up there. I need to get rid of all the pizza boxes, though, too, and the plastics. Maybe that's what he's going to do out of nowhere, but I doubt it. If they want him, you got to understand, every single last syllable that man mutters, if he was to take the stand, would have to be perfect. It would have to be note for note. Perfect. Because you know for a fact the jury's going to be hanging on every single last word that he says. If he comes off pompous, if he comes off rude, if he comes off aggressive, all those things can mess him up. And that's just on energy, baby. That's just his energy. Let's not forget the words that he is saying if he was to take the stand. You know for a fact the jury would be sitting there waiting for him to fumble the bag. Okay? Straight up. They would be the dumbest thing. Like, remember Murdoch, however you say his freaking last name, Maggie, Paul. Remember when he took the mother-loving stand? That didn't help him. That didn't help him at all. They destroyed him. At least the court of public opinion destroyed him when he took the stand. Remember? Alec Murdoch, right? I was out there talking to Maggie and Paul. And he's sitting there, he's crying, he's getting emotional, all that stuff. And snot that's coming out of his nose, a tidal wave of just boogers, right? And what happened? Everyone's like, miss me with this nonsense, these crocodile tears. Did they help him? No, it did not. It destroyed him. It made it worse for him. And what happened to him? Yeah, he locked up because he did that ish. He did it. Okay. Now, if Diddy was to take the stand, this would be the dumbest move, I think, if he was. And he's not going to. Like I said, not a chance. Not a chance. Too much is would be hanging on every word he says. People would completely forget about all the other testimonies and just listen to his. Literally. And if he fell on his face and did something really, really bad, like said something out of, you know what I mean? Something out of character, or whatever. Woo! Everyone would be like, oh, see right there? It's a wrap. So I'm just saying, you got to play smart out here. Okay. He got to play smart out here for sure. So real quick, Peachy Keen. Thank you so much for gifting 1 membership. I appreciate it. Jasmine, thank you so much for being a member for the past 8 months. I appreciate it. Yes, guys, hit the like while you guys get in here. Let's get to 1K likes. That'll be greatly, greatly appreciated. We're at the tail end of this. It's been 28 days, man. Oh my God. It's been 28 days on this trial. Okay? 28. So definitely hit that like button down below. Yeah, even my dogs are like, yeah, man, 28, man, damn. Bernice, thank you so much for the love, and thank you so much for being a member for the past 8 months. I appreciate it. Hi, Pascal. Wow, how time flies. Hope all is well with you and the family. Yes, everybody's good. We are chilling. Dorvilia. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Every word out his mouth would be a lie. Would it or wouldn't it? You know what I mean? I feel like I said, there's a lot of people that are like, hey, man, free Puff, man. Free Puff, man. So if he was up there, they'd be like, oh, he's saying everything. That is the absolute truth. That is truth. And it'd be like, yeah, there were like ancient aliens in the room during these freak offs. They took over my body. Every person is like, free Puff, man. They'll be like, yeah, man, you don't know about those? You don't know about those ancient aliens, man? They exist, bro. Way back since the Aztecs, the Aztecians. Controlling our minds and our bodies. They love them some astrogliding baby oil too. You didn't know about that? They're the ones who brought it here in the first place, man. Yeah. Came from a whole other world, whole other universe. You feel me? Come on now. So, because of that, I think it's good that he's not taking the stand. I think it's wild that no one's coming up to speak on his behalf. Not even his own mama. Like, not even his mama. Nobody stepping up. It's bad. Okay? I'm just letting you know. It's really bad. Okay? So, no, I wasn't talking about no illegal aliens, man. Damn. Why does it always gotta get they're migrants? They're migrants. Loving that baby oil. bringing it over into our country. Damn migrants. Who's had their coffee today? I have. Let's get this going, okay? Voice of Reason says, it's a strategy. I'm sure he could get a ton of witnesses to speak for him. So if that is the case, if that is the truth, right, then explain to me, please pray tell, explain to me then why aren't any of them taking the stand? If there's tons of witnesses that will speak for him, this is the time right now, though. This be the time right now, though. Do you understand? Like, I feel like everybody needs to understand that. Right now is the time. Aside from the billion other civil lawsuits he's got coming for his booty, okay? To bring in these witnesses to speak on his behalf right now, okay? Right now. So, with that being said, sure, he's got plenty of witnesses. Sure, he's got plenty of witnesses. But where they at? Where they at? I'm looking, okay? Do you have your passports? Do you have your shots? You know, where they at? I'm looking. I ain't see none of them. They ain't showing up for him when he needs it right now. Tons of witnesses. Yeah, crickets. Where they at, baby? With all due respect, where they at? Okay. Where they at? Yeah, I mean, probably his lawyer's idea? Maybe, Voice of Reason. Maybe. But then that would make them dumb. I'm sorry, because you need just one, not even one. You just need just one. Give me one. Can you just give me one? They're not even doing that, baby. They're not even doing that. They're sitting down and they're sitting on their thumbs because that's kind of how they like it. But still, that's weird. Okay? That's weird. It may not be unprecedented, but to me in this particular trial, when when the defense when prosecutions come in with a treasure trove of people, they literally opened the floodgates and said, come on in, right? Water's just fine. And they have nobody? It's wild. It's wild. I ain't never seen that before in my life. So let's get into this, guys. I missed you guys. I'm glad you guys are back. You know, I know it was weird. No coverage at all this weekend, but yeah, it was a necessary weekend off. Okay. But we're back at it again. And, I'll be on tonight or, this evening, most likely, covering everything that's going on in the war. Okay. Iran, Israel, America. You know what's crazy to me, real quick, before we go into this, because, this is all the boring crap anyway. It's like, and you are the special agent for Homeland Security. It's like, yes, I am. Can we look at your charts? Mother-loving charts, right? But one thing is for sure. Trump, okay, with the whole thing with Israel and Iran, real quick, okay? Sorry, we're going straight into this, but this is something I was thinking about. I haven't exercised the thought in my mind completely, but it does kind of feel like this. It kind of feels like Trump got dragged into the Israel-Iran group chat, said, now I ain't saying nothing about Israel or Iran, but Iran, what you did is wrong. I'm out though. I'm out. And it's like, wait a second. Why even say, you just put your whole ass in it. You know what I mean? Now you in it. You in that mother lover. Okay? As much as, you know what I'm saying? As much as like, no, we're not doing anything. We have nothing to do with it. We ain't fighting. We're not at war with anybody. But boom. Okay, I'm out. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing, though. No, we just dropped a few bombs. It's no big deal. You feel me? We're over here, though. We got nothing to say. Nothing. Boom, 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 boom. One of the most amazing operations in the history of operations, but we ain't in it. We ain't in this group chat. We over here, though. Okay? You know, playing badminton and drinking pink lemonade. That's literally what's going on. No one else sees that? No one? Literally, they got dragged into the group chat, didn't want to get into the group chat, but they said, I don't want to interrupt you or anything, but man, what you did was jacked up. Iran, peace. I ain't in it. I ain't in it, though. No, I ain't in it. No, that was just an opinion. No, I ain't in it, bro. No, shoot, man, no shots fired. When there were shots fired, you know what I'm saying? When the shots were fired, he went in, boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm saying? But okay. I ain't saying nothing. I'm over here though. Don't drag me in this. Why you dragging me in this? That's literally what's happening right now. And now you got Iran being like, oh shoot, you went up, shots. We see you, bro. We see you. Next time we're gonna have people coming back. You're gonna see body bags, baby. Body bags. Come play with me, man. And it's like, yo, I didn't even say nothing. Yo, Trump here. Yo, come on, man. Peace. Peace in the Middle East. I didn't say nothing. Okay, let's get into this trial. I just think it's funny. You know, it's the Kanye West thing. I'm going to let you finish, all right? But Iran, you out of pocket for this, though. Boom, boom, boom. Peace. Crazy. Crazy, guys. Okay? But let us get into this. Like I said, it's been one hell of a weekend. It has been. Okay? And it's going to be one hell of a week, I have a feeling. All right? Just letting you know. One of the greatest operations in the history of military tactics ever. It's been amazing. But okay. We ain't in it, though. We ain't in it. We ain't got no beef with nobody. Shoot. Yeah. Funny. Moving on. Let's get into this trial. All right. Combs staffers sent text saying he had plan B in his nightstand. Wow. So he even had backup on top of backup. Well, you know what one thing is for sure. The fact that he would have plan B in his nightstand, I mean, it's better than hot sauce. Right, Drake? Moving on. Joseph Curciello, okay, the special agent for Homeland Security, is back on the stand, all right? And he was asked about text messages Diddy sent. So in one text, KK planned his stay in Vegas, in a Vegas hotel, where it appears he was planning another one of those hotel nights, right? She texted saying she had a room at the Waldorf Astoria, Las Vegas, put plan B in his nightstand, and said a jeweler selling Van Cleef can meet him in New York. Okay. So that's a very interesting sentence. Imagine that text message, right? It's, yeah, you know, I got the place ready, got the plan B, and also Van Cleef, the jeweler is ready to meet you in New York next week. That's all in one sentence, I'm sure, or in one text. That is quite an interesting conversation to have with somebody, right? And just saying, oh, by the way, you know, plan B is in the corner, you know, on the nightstand in the corner of the room, just so you know. But yeah, Van Cleef is scheduled to meet with you in New York when you get back to New York. What an interesting conversation you're having with your boss, right? With your boss, by the way. Okay. That's his boss. That's her boss. Unbelievable. Anyway, jurors are shown more explicit videos, so jurors wore headsets and focused on screens to watch what appeared to be freak-off videos with Jane Doe and Diddy. Okay, so Cabral, an S worker who is among the regular partners of these rendezvous, is expected to be in those sets or in these sets of videos. So yeah, they're watching. Holy cow. Okay. Just, you know, braca. And they're watching that. Okay. 50 explicit videos just made before Christmas 2021. 50. So federal agents discovered 50 explicit video files in Diddy's possession that were created from from December 17th to the 21st, 2021. So 50 different videos in a span of 4 mother-loving days. Like, I'm telling you right now, we've already talked about this. Remember, they were charging him like crazy charges for damages to rooms because, you know, he be out here skeeting, okay, just everywhere, right? Bodily fluids, as they said, which could mean a lot of different things. It could be, number one, it could be vanilla milkshakes. It could be blood. It could be spit. It could be anything, right? It could be vomit. It could be so many different bodily fluids that are coming out of somebody's body, right? That was found all over these rooms. Hence the reason why some of these charges were up to the upwards of like $6,000 plus, right? But you got a guy who is filming 50 different videos. Now, here's the other thing, too. These 50 different videos, they could be like him starting and stopping a video. Like, you know, you see a few thrusts and it stops, right? And then he hits record again. And it's just kind of like, you could do that pretty fast. You could do 50 explicit videos in a short amount of time, depending, right? But it's still a lot of videos. And it does make you wonder, how long were these videos? Were they just a few seconds, you know, few bursts of videos? Or were they long videos that he was just constantly, you know, recording over and over and over again? 50 videos is a lot of videos, okay? But again, like I said, some could be 2 seconds long. Some could be 2 minutes long. You also got to remember, too, they were having these parties or these hotel nights for days on end. So it'd be nonstop. They get into a room and they just bumping uglies for days, guys. So again, it does, you know, make you wonder, how long are all the videos the same length, okay, in time, or were they just like, you know, a mistake, you know, like an accident video, and then, you know, one full video, and then another one that's 3 seconds long, etc. Right? So again, that's interesting, right? That's a lot of feedage. It's a lot of feedage. So the jury was shown 2 of these video files. Diddy looked around the room as the videos played in court rather than at the monitor showing the explicit footage right in front of him. And of course, I wonder if he's like, I wonder if everybody's enjoying my work. You liking it? Yeah, that one, I was inspired by Martin Scorsese. You know, the opening shot of that walkthrough shot of Goodfellas. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, I even got this little gimbal that just makes the camera move smooth. Like I put it on the phone on a gimbal. You don't see that. You don't see the mastery. You don't see the work, the camera work, the close-ups, the wide shots, the extreme close-ups. You feel me? You don't see any of this, and it's all in one continuous shot. You don't understand, y'all. You don't even enjoy the mise en scène of the shot. It's glorious. The compositions, the lighting, how the candles, the reflection off the booty, covered in baby oil. You don't see that? This is artistry. I'm brilliant. At the same time, defense attorney Westmoreland and Diddy's mom focused on the jury's reaction to these graphic videos. Yeah, so Janice, Diddy's mama, is in the room right now, watching everybody going, are they liking it? Because he's just a brilliant man. He's so creative. You don't see that. You don't see what he did? It's brilliant. S-Workers travel records linked to Diddy's Amex. See, again, they're going to get him on this stuff. The moving of people around, S-Workers, they're going to get him on this for show. Okay? They're going to get him on that. Okay? Jurors were shown flight and hotel records for Cabral, an S-Worker mentioned frequently in this trial, whose travels appeared to be paid for by Diddy. Prosecutors showed that Cabral stayed at the Trump International Hotel and Tower in New York in September 2023 after arriving on an Atlanta to Newark flight, all on Diddy's American Express card. They're going to get him on this stuff. This right here, they're going to get him. Okay? But everything else, while this could be one of the more tame, non-explicit pieces of evidence in this trial, it could be crucial for prosecutors seeking to paint Diddy as the alleged head of a criminal enterprise. I'm going to say this. Have they shown without a shadow of a doubt him being the alleged head of a criminal enterprise thoroughly? I don't know. But they do have him on a bunch of other charges. So and this is the thing. If he's found not guilty on everything, I will be shocked. I will be absolutely shook and a little angry. I'm going to be real, because there's some things you just can't miss. You can't deny what he was doing, paying these people, flying them across state lines, etc., doing X, Y, and Z. Those things you can't miss. But as far as the RICO, as far as the racketeerings and all that, I'm wondering if they really sent it home to the jury. Prosecution, I mean. That's just the question I think is going to still, we're all going to be wanting to know. Okay, so Diddy appears to be reading something in his lap. This mother lover probably brought a Bible again. Okay, as texts between Jane and Diddy are discussed in court, Diddy hung his head for several minutes. Diddy, dressed in a white sweater and glasses today, appeared to be reading something in his lap. He, remember the first few days he brought in the Bible? I'm like, man, God can't help you on this one. You took yourself this far, okay? God's just going to sit here and be like, there's the door, all right? Whatever happens is on you, baby. I didn't paint this world for you. You painted this world yourself. So Jane didn't want to be locked in a room to fulfill Diddy's fantasies text show. So his former girlfriend, identified as Jane Doe, lashed out at the music mogul in September 2023 in these text messages, refusing to meet him in New York City. She texted him that it's quote unquote clear you just want me for a hotel binge. You've got plenty of other women or S workers for that. She also added, I don't want to be used and locked in a room to fulfill your fantasies. That is pretty straightforward right there. Okay. And again, I get it. She was a willing participant in the very beginning, but was she really a willing participant near the end? I'm going to say hell no. And again, if she's been sending text messages like that in some way, shape, or form like that to Diddy, it's clear as day to me that this is somebody who did not want to do those things anymore. And she was stuck. So Diddy asked male S worker agency, the Cowboys for Angels, okay, not to raise rate since he was a regular customer. Oh my God. So even now, listen. Even he's like, yo, man, I'm a regular, man. I call you guys up. I bring you guys some serious business. Your guys are always happy when they leave. They're paid good. You don't need to raise. You don't need to raise the price on me. I'm a club member, right? I'm a massive supporter. Insane. Okay. So Diddy was such a frequent user of this agency, Cowboys for Angels, that he argued that he deserved cut rates, according to text messages with the provider. So in a chat with Cowboys for Angels representative named Bridget on September 26, 2023, Diddy wrote, "Stop raising my rate. I'm a long timer. What?" See, this is the pro stuff, okay? That him guilty as fuck. Him guilty on that for sure. We can see that from space. But like I said, if the jury's like, well, no, he's not guilty of the pro stuff. Are you insane? Are you insane? Like I said, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit stuff. And that's not pun intended, but whatever, high key, low key. But there's so many low-hanging fruit charges here that he most definitely will be charged for. He will be found guilty on those for sure. Okay. But the bigger ones, RICO, racketeering, okay, that still out. The jury's still out on that one. So he says, stop raising my rate. I'm a long timer. The agent said it wasn't up to the company, but the worker himself, Cody, who told Diddy, the best guys have high rates. Bridget also added that she was, quote unquote, contractually obligated to the rates on the website. Diddy said it was okay and asked Cody to come up to the Trump International Hotel and Tower, New York for a 1 a.m. rendezvous. Hotel nights. Okay. So, yeah, this is bad stuff. This is all not looking good. As far as the pro stuff, now they really drilling it home. Okay. They sending it home. So Diddy complained S worker couldn't even perform. So in other words, he could not get to full. You know what I mean? So another exchange of text, Bridget messaged Diddy saying there was a mistake with the cash payment and the company was owed $600. So Diddy replied, LOL, he couldn't even perform. Bridget responded that the agency pays for time and companionship and that the cost is the same for clients like Diddy. Whether you're skydiving or dancing, you pay for his time. Diddy asked her to, quote unquote, talk nice to me, and again reiterated that he's a longtime customer. She apologized and said, not trying to smart with you, I guess. Not trying tone smart with you. I don't know. He said, it's all good, all love. So again, he's like, yo, dude couldn't even get it up. Okay. Dude couldn't even get it up. Yeah, no freezer meat. No freezer meat, Angela. No freezer meat whatsoever. Okay. He could not get it up. And he's like, yo, he couldn't even perform. So I'm not going to pay full price for a dude to just show up. Hell no. He needs to perform. So IV therapy was included in Freak Off. So Diddy and then girlfriend, Jane Doe, took IV supplements as part of at least one Freak Off session, according to a group text chain. In a September 2023 chat that included the couple and members of Diddy's team, an assistant named Ashley reminded everyone to make sure that sodium chloride, vitamin B12, B complex, zinc, calcium, amino acids, toradol, magnesium, and Benadryl were ready for their IV use. So this is indeed something that he would do after freak offs. So again, that confirms what everybody's been speculating. And it also makes you wonder, because I know a lot of people are still going back to when his mom was doing IVs with him in that video, and then he kissed her on the lips, and it was very weird. But people are still wondering, was that after a freak off? Did he do a freak off with his own mama? You know what I mean? I don't know about all that. But what I do know is that they just confirmed that the IV therapy was most definitely something that was done after the freak offs. So anytime you saw him in these videos with IVs and he's sitting there going, yeah, I'm out here doing my IV and everything, it's most likely he got done doing some crazy partying the night before or that very day. Okay. So again, it's going to be this is going to be very interesting. Let's see what's going on with Inner City Press, shall we? Okay. So, okay, he's reminding him that he's under oath. So, I would like to enter sealed exhibits. Please turn off the public screens. So then they turn to prosecution starts on the agent. So this flight. Okay, so that flight is from to and from Las Vegas to Van Nuys. He pronounces it news. Okay, Van Nuys. Paul Arthur was on the flight. And these particular messages. Yes, so that's Diddy, KK, and someone named Anika. And of course, he's, inner city press, like, I don't know how I'm not sure how it's spelled, but since screen is off, public screen is off. So let's listen to Diddy's 5 audio messages. Please put on the headphones. Okay. And so the public can't hear the messages. All right. What's this GX? What's this? GX 1406. Can we go to page 1? All right. So were there explicit videos cited in this chart? And if so, what do they show? Well, actually explicit videos. Is there one woman in them? Yes, Jane Doe. Also, I recognize Cabral and Diddy. And were there other men? Yes. Other men? Yes. Okay. Let's play some videos with the attorney screens off. Okay, so while the explicit videos is being played, Diddy takes off, I guess, his glasses maybe. Oh, okay. He takes off, then puts back on his glasses, leans over to pick something up off the floor, and then sits back up. Can we go to the 5-minute mark? Okay, thank you. So looking at row 16, does that also have an explicit video? Yes, it does. Okay, play it and then just take it down. So, okay. Let's now go to a chart. Number 1408. Who are these names? Well, it looks like it's Jane, Jonathan Perez, and then it says Trump International Hotel. What is the address listed? 1 Central Park West, Manhattan. Okay, so let's grab 7Y120. For 7Y120, what is the room number? 0508? 0508? So then the judge says, Ms. Comey, can we turn back on the public exhibit screens? We're about to show an exhibit with Jane's true name. If you'd like me to be turning it on and off, and then of course, they continue on. Whose name is on this American Express bill? That happens to be Diddy's. What was the cost for this actual stay? About $2,890. Who paid for Jane's travel? And also, please, could you turn off the public screens? So the agent says, Bad Boy paid for Jane's travels. So then who paid for Cabral's travel then too? Jane. And what is this? A wire from Diddy to Jane for about $5,000. Okay, so please turn off the public screens. Does Robin Greenhill write, please send $5,000 to Jane's true name? Yes. And who's being paid for here? Public screens are still off. Brendan Paul, Cabral Williams, and Jane with the American Express card. Jessica Ruiz, Opco LLC. Agent, do you recognize this? Oh, it has Jane's information on it. We need to keep the public screens off. Please walk us through the columns of this chart. It has to and from and the content and the source of the information. Okay. So then what's this? Jane to Diddy asking, should we have Jess look into flights? Let's look at the exhibit. Public screen is still off. Is this from Diddy to Jane? Yes. And he asks, tell me when you can come. She says nighttime or at night. Then what? Jane writes, I'm not coming to New York. I feel disrespected. You just want me for a hotel binge. Then she writes, I don't want to be used and locked in a room to fulfill your fantasies. And then Diddy says, that was podcast talk. So again, she remembers he went on to a podcast and was basically like, yeah, I went out here. We had relations for hours. Right. And of course, she's like, well, you weren't talking about me. You clearly were, bumping uglies with Young Miami. Right. So this is what they're talking about right here. Okay. And he's like, no, that was podcast talk. I was just talking, girl. It's all for the image. Right. So then he says that was podcast talk. Allegedly, that's what Diddy sent as a text message to Jane Doe. So prosecution says, then what? Okay. So then Jane writes, I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights for you for fear of losing the roof over my head. Yeah, that's very blatant right there. How does Diddy respond to that? He writes, girls, stop. Then some audio messages are sent. What does Jane send to Diddy? A photo. Then Jane asks, I didn't have time to bring the heels. If someone can get them. What does Diddy text Jane here? He asks, movie or entertainment night or entertainment tonight. Let me know if hotel is needed. How are the participants here? Well, you got Fahim and Brendan Paul about after the show. Jane is in town. Okay. Room at Trump Hotel and man down. Your Honor, I think it's a good time to take a break. So they go into a break. They're back. What does Fahim text to Jonathan? We on the way up in the elevator with Jane. What is this here? That is a Trump International Hotel record. Okay. What does Frank Rodriguez text to Fahim? Bring Gucci bag. You already know what that Gucci bag is all about. It's got all the chemicals. Okay. All the pharmaceuticals. Moving on. What does Jane text to Cabral Williams? Well, would you like to come to New York City? What does Fahim text to Jane? Will come with the cash. Then Jane to Cabral Williams, just need your DOB, date of birth, and driver's license number. Then Jane sends a message to Cabral. How much time before he says, can I come up in a sec? Or can come up in a sec. Sorry. So he says about 10 hours. So how much time before he says, okay, so Jane sends a message to Cabral, and then how much time before he says, can I come up in a second? Between those two text messages is about 10 hours. Okay, let's go to page 71, line 770. Public screen is still off. So there's a text to Brendan Paul about sending a nurse and quote unquote bag, right? So what does Brendan Paul text? All IVs should or would be the same. You read Diddy, I'll read KK. So she reads as KK. You can't just leave like that. Lit after partying and not tell anyone. That is when bad-ish happens. You know that. So the agent reading as Diddy, did you get the drip? KK responds, Chelsea will move to the house once Jane leaves. Options were here. The options were here, were Mandarin and another king room for now. And another king room for now. Okay. So then he reads his Diddy. I need to get her a suite. Keep her at the Edition. So what's this? Financial records, record notes, Jane to Cabral, Slide Diddler. Slide Diddler. Interesting. Moving on. Voice message to Paul, Arthur. So in the voice message, Diddy is saying, hit me up when you close. What does Jane text to Cabral? She says, so horny, need to see you. That's what she says to him. Okay. So then what does Jane text after that? Travel agent finally woke up. You're coming. What was this number? So that is Jessica Ruiz. Okay. Play the message, Diddy's message to KK. So he says, and this is Diddy saying this in audio. Hey, KK, we need more baby oil. 20 bottles in this mother lover. 20 bottles. Okay. Hey, KK, need more baby oil. 20 bottles in this mother lover. 20 bottles. Moving on. Play Diddy's voice message. He says, and it's his voice again, saying, hey, Jess, I need to get him from Atlanta to here. Let me know. Hit me up. Does Cabral Williams send his date of birth? And Jane sent it to Diddy, and then Diddy to Ruiz? Yes. Then Ruiz books it. What does KK text Diddy? I ordered the fruit plates. I'll have to bring your phone to you. Play a message from Diddy to KK. Here's Diddy again. I have to run out of town real quick, like family emergency. Know what I'm saying? What does KK say? She says, suggest you say something came up and not lie about leaving town. I think she'll want to hear from you directly. You could suggest dinner tomorrow. What's this? It's, I guess, a message from Guido to Diddy. So, or maybe Diddy to Guido. I don't know. But they play the Diddy's message. So another video or another audio of Diddy talking again. I need 5 more bottles of each. So I don't have to ask any. I need 5 more bottles of each so I don't have to ask nobody. And my Apple TV since I'm staying here. So again, 5 bottles of Astro and baby oil all over again. And he's saying, I need more of these so I don't have to ask nobody. And then he's like, and also my Apple TV so I can, catch up on my stories because I'm going to be staying here anyway. Okay. He asked from lattes. I guess he asked for lattes and vegetable soup. Giggity goo. Okay. I don't know why you have a hankering for soup after these freak offs. I don't get it. I really don't. But okay, that's weird. So in Diddy's voice, he says, can security bring me 5,000? Another one. And anything else y'all think I might need. And Cialis, I'm going to keep calling y'all unless you think of everything I'm going to need. I'm sorry. This guy's wild. This dude wilding out. Okay. What was text to Fahim? Taking 5,000 to him now. What does Jessica Ruiz text to Diddy? Had to change drivers. Then Jane texted it to Cabral Williams. Okay. What are the next 4 videos? Very explicit videos. About 45 minutes later, then JP Morgan to Arthur Fitness for about $1,000. So I'm assuming there was a wired transfer, transaction, okay, to Arthur Fitness for 1,000 buckaroos, okay? What does Jane send to Diddy? I'm heading there. We'll let you know when I'm 5 minutes away. Paul pulling up or Paul coming up. Okay, so line 337. Can you walk us through this? So the London Hotel in LA, room 229, in the name of Chavez with damage. And I'm wanting to know what that's all about. Let's see what's going on here. But again, that is us up to date to where they are right now. Okay, I'm going to refresh this just to make sure, just to see. Oh, there's another one. Let's get to that one first. And then I'll go over to NBC really quick. So can you read line 340? So the agent says, check-in record for the hotel, London Hotel. So they play audio. It's Diddy again saying, should I book the room? It's a yes or no answer. Thumbs up or thumbs down. What does Jane respond? She says, I need to shop. to celebrate. Well, let's see what's going on here. Like I said, Inner City Press, shout out to him for all the fantastic work. Okay. Yeah, all the fantastic work, but sometimes there's a lot of holes with what with what he messages or what he posts on Twitter. Hold on, let me get some water really quick. Okay. Let's go. So KK apparently scolded Diddy for leaving parties with guests in Ubers. So in one text exchange, excuse me. In one text exchange, KK asked Diddy to call her and told him, next time you leave when you're randomly partying, you have to tell us. She said he can't take Ubers with guests because that's when bad ish happens. She added also, I didn't want to hit you with this. It's not cool. I didn't want to hit you with this. It's not cool. If something happens, it would not be good. Now, okay, to me, it sounds like Christina was definitely his handler. Okay, definitely trying to take care of Diddy. And of course, I'd like to understand a little bit more about this, right? Like, is it a random party? Is it the freak off nights that they're talking about, that he would just randomly leave and just hop in a car and just drive off to go do God knows what? I think those are all questions that we'd all would like to have answered, right? And get more clarity on. But again, I get it. I would say the same thing to him too. I would say the exact same damn thing. Like, you Diddy. Okay, regardless of if he's doing these freak off nights or not, okay? I still would definitely be like, yo, you a celebrity. You can't just get super mucked up, jump in a car with just anybody and go run around in these streets. Okay, there's a target on your back. Doesn't matter. Or you can get yourself into some serious trouble. You could do something really dumb and get yourself into more trouble, right? Listen, there's going to be plenty of people that would want to have or find an excuse to sue him for millions of dollars. Okay, real talk. And that's for any person, any wealthy, well-to-do person. But the fact that he would get super jacked up and then just take Ubers and try to run off like this is just wild. So Diddy left a message for KK about running out of baby oil. Yeah. He said, I need more baby oil. You send me everything you think I need so I don't have to ask you for nothing. Right? Read my mind. Predict the future. Right? I have a feeling he's going to run out of Astroglass, so we might as well get 20 more bottles of that too. Right? So, in a November 2021 voicemail played for jurors, Diddy is heard telling his chief of staff, KK, that he's out of baby oil. So, in an urgent voicemail, which is insane. It is insane. Okay? Like, I need baby oil stat. The hell, where are you? Where the hell are you? I need baby oil right now, right? So, in an urgent voicemail, Diddy told top lieutenant KK, Christina Coram, I can't believe I'm out of the lubrication, of the lubricant he frequently used during these freak-offs. KK assured his boss, or her boss, I'm sorry, that a fresh delivery would be outside his door shortly. So again, he's like, I'm out of baby oil. I need more baby oil. Mayday, mayday, I'm out of baby oil. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Real talk. We're going to look at CNN too. Let me just do a quick refresh of this just to see real quick. Okay, we got a couple more posts. Let's take a look at these posts and then we're going to check out CNN. So they did line 340. Okay. So Jane responded basically saying, I need to shop to celebrate. Don't know what, maybe celebrate her birthday. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. But line 350, who texts Jane? KK, asking for Jane's account information, says Bank of America and an account number. She writes, want to send one of the guys here to drop everything off? And Diddy says, no, I don't want them to know. So play audio message to Jane. This is Diddy again. I sent you 15. I sent you 15. I sent you 15K, baby girl. That's what it was. What does Diddy text to Paul Arthur? You in LA? He says, yes. Then I'm going to hit you later. Play the voice message from Diddy again. The voice message to, I'm assuming this is to Paul Arthur, but he says, you want to meet up at 9:45? So there's that. Okay. Now, actually, let's go to Washington Post. Yes, let's do that. Let's take a look at that as we wait. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Don't forget to do that. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, crush it, crush it. Don't forget to hit that follow button if you're watching on these any of these other platforms. Please be sure to follow those platforms. Of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button here on my YouTube channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe, please, and thank you. Hit that notification bell so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload. That'd be greatly appreciated. And let's take a look at this because there's more information here that I want to share with you guys too. So the jury's about to see explicit videos that were collected during the investigation. The clips are not being shown to any members of the public or press in the courthouse due to a ruling from the judge earlier in the trial to protect the privacy of those involved. So summations in the trial are now expected Thursday with a charge conference scheduled the day before. There will be no defense witnesses, Diddy's lawyer Mark Agnifilo said today. No defense witnesses, guys. Again, none, zero, zip, nada, zippity doodah. Yes. So wild stuff. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. Let's continue on, though. Like I said, it is so strange. So, and I see, that's what I want to know too. Why won't Diddy's defense be calling any witnesses? So it is not unusual for a defense team to refrain from calling witnesses at trial. That's interesting. That seems very odd to me. It seems very unusual, but apparently it's not unusual. It's not unusual to be covered in baby oil. Anyway, they have no obligation to disprove a case because the burden is entirely on the prosecution to prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. So again, it is the burden of the prosecution to present the best case possible, to bring in all of their witnesses, etc. Right? That is their job. Defense doesn't have any obligation to do that, which is interesting because you'd think that optically, right? At least in front of the jury, wouldn't that say something to the jury? Like, yo, we're not bringing in anybody. Wouldn't that compute with them in some sort of way? Like, that's odd. You don't have anybody coming in? That's weird, right? Would it? I get it. It's not their obligation, right? To disprove the case. I get that piece, but there's a part of me that's like, but the jury, though, they may know that information, but they may be like, I was hoping to hear more from the defense and seeing who they were going to bring in regards to this case. But again, that's interesting. So the fact that there will be no defense witnesses at this trial could mean that Diddy, his team, believes that it has established enough doubt during its cross-examinations for prosecution witnesses or of prosecution witnesses. It could also mean that there are no witnesses available who could help them. That's the other thing too. It could also mean that there are no witnesses available to help Diddy's case. Like I said, optically, to the jury, they're seeing this, and that is strange, right? So Diddy's team has argued that while he was violent at times, he did not coerce his accusers. Rather, The women voluntarily participated in the freak-offs repeatedly over long stretches of time, according to the defense. So Cassie, arguably the most important witness for the government, sent a number of text messages and emails to Diddy in which she enthusiastically talks about wanting to take part of these freak-off sessions. She testified that she received $20 million in a settlement with Diddy after she accused him in a 2023 lawsuit of years of attacks, right, and mistreatment. Last year, CNN, we already know about all that stuff. Prosecutors contend that Diddy and his circle of enablers on his payroll trapped Cassie and other victims into cycles of control and intimidation, coercing them into substance-fueled sexual encounters in which they did not wish to participate. We already knew about all that. But what's interesting is just the first half of this, right? Is that it's not unusual for a defense team to refrain from calling witnesses at a trial. I thought that was interesting. But again, that is true. Because even so, like, okay, so I'm out having dinner. I'm hanging out with some lawyer friends of mine this past weekend, and that was one of the things that they talked about. Because I was like, because from what we understood, the defense said before the weekend started that they planned on wrapping their witnesses as far as what their case by Wednesday of this week. And I was sitting there going like, that's crazy that they're only going to be bringing in a few people and that's it. And the lawyers, it's always good to have friends that are lawyers. All right. But they said, well, wait a second. Actually, you got it wrong because it's not their responsibility to bring in a case. They're there to just disprove, cross-examine. If they want to bring a witness or two or three or four, that's on them. But it's not strange for them to come in with just a few witnesses. So I was like, okay, I get that. But the fact that they're not bringing anyone is the thing that really just throws me off, right? Not even one. He couldn't bring his mom up there to take the stand. He couldn't take anyone else. That just is so strange. But again, that's what's going on here, right? Let me just refresh this to see if there's any more updates. Yes, there are. So let's get into this. So I'm going to hit you later. He says, you want to meet up. This is to Paul Arthur. And by the way, this is the personal trainer. Okay. So he says, hey, you want to meet up at 9:45? So in Diddy's voice again, can you get $5,000 for Fahim? So what does Diddy text to Jane? He says, Paul going to meet us at 9:30. Play Diddy to Frank Rodriguez. He says, Frank, make sure the room is set up right. In other words, for a freak off, baby. So what does Rodriguez write? Medical grade K and then the MDMA, right? What does Jane text to Cabral? To call Rodriguez. What does Rodriguez text to Diddy? It's a photo and a message, and it says, this is all they got left of the blues, which, of course, I'm assuming he talking about them pills, okay? He talking about substances right there, pharmaceuticals, all right? Just so y'all know. Let's continue on, though. Okay, so he's talking about so the agent is still discussing the flight records related to accuser Jane's travel history. These records show that Diddy paid for Jane and others to travel to participate in freak-offs in various cities, including Los Angeles and Miami. Okay. Sean. Okay, so Diddy appears to be taking notes in his seat. Okay, as videos are being played for the jury. All right. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Okay. He's wearing headphones and he's following along. Okay. Okay, so the witness is now reading text between accuser Jane, all right, and Diddy, in which he tried to get her to travel for a freak off in 2023. Jane told KK that she did not want to meet Diddy because she felt used. And of course, we've already read this before, but we'll say it again. It's clear you just want me there to use me for a hotel binge. You got plenty of hoes for that. Okay. Plenty of garden tools for that. Okay. She wrote to Diddy around that time. She later changed her mind after chatting with Diddy directly and decided to go anyway, which is something that we've heard a million times before, right? That she's been like, nah, I don't want to do it. And then suddenly he'll be like, come on, girl. I'll make sure the baby oil's extra warm for you. And then she says, okay, fine, schnookums, I love you. And then she goes off and gets off. Okay. So we're on a break until 11:15. And that was an hour ago. So let's move on. So he's going through an array of text messages, text records that depict Diddy, his role in orchestrating freak-offs and directing others to carry out his demands. Yeah, like I said, I mean, is it going to be Rico? We'll see. But, like him overseeing some criminal enterprise, I don't know. But one thing's for sure, he's definitely orchestrating these freak-offs. And he's also going, okay, you're going to get the money from here to pay this person to have that person send that money to this person and that person. And it just keeps on, it's not directly coming from him, but it is coming from him. You see what I'm saying? So that is very interesting as well. Let's move on. So Diddy may not be testifying at his trial, but the jury is hearing his voice in a series of audio messages as evidence through the current witness. In those messages, Diddy makes demands for freak-off supplies. He says, Cialis, please, Diddy said in a voice message, seemingly a reference to, we already know what it does, okay? Stay hard. But moving on. I'm going to keep on calling y'all if y'all don't make sure I have everything I need, which is crazy. It's like, I need you to predict the future. I need you to know exactly what I need even if I don't need it, I need it, right? So in another audio message, he asks KK for 5 more bottles of everything so I don't have to call anybody. Yet another voice note was a request for vegetable soup. Yes, vegetable soup indeed. I don't know what's up with soup, but he likes soup after or during these free. Can you imagine him just slurping while he's just watching people bumping uglies? You know what I mean? Suddenly he's like, man, I got a hankering for some vegetable soup. That's weird. That's weird. Just slurping it up. Swallowed up. Very strange. So, what is that a typo? Diddy wanted Irwan soup? I'm sorry, guys. I don't even know what the hell that is. Hold on. I've never soup. I've never heard of this stuff. But this is really, oh wow, that is really soup. Irwan. Yeah. So he's like, I need some vegetable soup. This is going to be a popular. Watch everybody start buying this stuff now. So he would demand soup. I've never heard of this brand of soup, or the store. If it's a store, I ain't never heard of it before in my damn life. Okay. But that's so odd. Okay. So he would ask for this soup, okay, and his Apple TV. Okay. So in a voicemail to KK, he wanted someone to bring his Apple TV system, whole milk lattes, coconut water, 7 bottles of baby oil, 5 bottles of Astro, and some vegetable soup from the high-end grocery store Irwan. Never heard of the store. I'm sorry, guys. I guess I'm not that bougie. Moving on. Diddy wanted to order the order fulfilled so he didn't have to call anybody about it later. He said in this voicemail. So again, he's like, yeah, I just want all this. And I want Erewhon vegetable soup. I need coconut water, whole milk lattes, but baby oil and Astro. I've never heard that. That's a new one for me, guys. That's a new one. That is definitely a new one. All right. Let's take a look at a few of these. Let's see. And I'm assuming they're going to be going into some semblance of a lunch break here in just a minute. At least I think so. Okay. No, it's not a crime to buy soup. If that's what, hey man, if that's your thing, if that's what floats your boat, if that gets you going, if that's the goose that gets the whatever the hell that phrase is, whatever it is, okay? If that really honks your horn, then so be it, okay? Just be careful. You can burn yourself with these soups. You feel me? Especially when you're buck naked. But anyway. So, Special Agent Crisiello says reviewed documents from November 8th to the 10th in 2021. So, did he text Jane asking if she wanted to see him and an entertainer called Paul? According to the documents, Diddy later called Paul, telling him to let him know when he was close. In that time frame, Jane, okay, also was texting an entertainer called Sly about traveling to Los Angeles from Atlanta. Combs was messaging the travel manager or his travel manager about booking a flight and hotel for Sly. Jane was then relaying the travel information to Sly, according to the documents. The jury saw several text messages between Diddy and KK in that same time frame, including messages in which he requested $5,000 cash and notified him, and she notified him that some baby oil had been dropped off, according to the records. Several explicit videos have been taken during those days, and during that time or around that time, Jane sent Sly a CashApp payment, and a large amount of cash was deposited into one of Paul's accounts, according to the records. So again, they were out here. They were doing their stuff, and they're like, you could do all the math. You could see the paper trail. If you follow the money, you can see that things happened. That Sly came in, he was flown in, they got his information. There's a paper trail of him flying, going from Atlanta to LA, then him getting paid through Cash App. Then you see a transaction here of a certain amount of money for Paul because he was in the area and he went in there and he did his thing too. So again, they're just showing that there is a paper trail of these actual S workers getting hired to do these things. Okay. So KK, okay, booked LA hotel for Diddy and Jane. So jury saw text messages around November 14th, 2021, when KK booked a hotel in Los Angeles for Diddy and Jane. KK texted him when an assistant was there setting up the room. Later in the day, KK texted Diddy, hotel called Paul coming up. Paul is someone whom Diddy and Jane would pay to have these relations with Jane on multiple occasions during hotel nights. But he also worked with Diddy as a trainer, which we already know about all that. Let's refresh and see what is on and pop in here. Okay, we got some more stuff. Good. So what does Rodriguez text to Diddy? Okay, so a photo and a message. This is all they got left of the blues. Okay. Then she says, I'll read Jane, you read Diddy. So she's reading as Jane. It's been 3 years of me having to F strangers. I can't be in another hotel room performing for days. Diddy, the agent reading as Diddy. Let me make love to you. So then, as Jane, she says, spend the day with Gina. She continues as Jane. I'm not trying to F strangers. I want to have, you want to have me S some D so you can jet off with Gina. Then Diddy responds, are you going to let me in our house? He says that 5 different times. Jane responds, I just put my child to bed. Who texts Diddy the next day? Gina texts Diddy the next day. Then what does Diddy text Jane? He texts, I'm horny as F with numerous C's. And who is Diddy texting? And who is Diddy texting with now? A man named Rico Love. What does Jane end up texting Diddy? She says, baby, I'm here. What does Diddy text to Rico? It says, L'Hermitage, let me know when you're there. So then in a voice message, Diddy, you can hear Diddy saying this, yo, what's the name and room number? What does Diddy text to Rico? Room is Paul. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to go through that again. So he's like, yo, okay. But if you notice, roller coaster ride of emotions between Jane and Diddy, right? And yeah, Rico Love, I don't know what's going on, right? 1 minute it's one person, 1 minute it's Paul, the next minute it's now Rico Love. Like I'm like, what is this all about, right? So this is very, very interesting, right? So she says, I'm not trying to F strangers. You want me to S some D so you can jet off with Gina. So then Diddy responds, are you going to let me in your house? And he says that 5 times. She says, I just put my child to bed, which, by the way, oh boy, I feel that this Jane Doe is going to have a hard time maintaining custody of her own child. That's just what I think. I feel like this is all going to backfire on this particular Jane Doe. I have a feeling as well, because man, you know what I mean? But anyway, so then what does Diddy text her the next day? Or who texts Diddy the next day? Gina actually texts Diddy the next day. Then what does Diddy text to Jane? He texts, I'm horny as F with numerous C's. And who is Diddy texting with here? A man named Rico Love. Okay, so what does Jane text to Diddy? She says, baby, I'm here. What does Diddy text to Rico? L'Hermitage, let me know when you're there. So then in a voice memo, yo, what's the name? What's the name and the room number? So what does Diddy text to Rico? And I guess the room is Paul. So I'm assuming the room is Paul, meaning the room is under the name Paul. Maybe that's what it is, right? Maybe they just used like the many aliases that he has. Maybe that's what they're saying. And it's just interesting because, he has an S worker by the name of Paul as well. So that could be it. Okay. That could be it. But let's see. Yeah, I ain't never heard of Irwan soup, but that's news to me, y'all. Okay. Irwan soup. Hold on. I'm just checking a few things here. Right quick. Hold on. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second. Just checking a few things. Oh, my. Yeah. There's some stuff going on. Craziness going on, y'all. Craziness going on. Okay, hold on. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So, room is Paul. All right. So she says, I'll read Jane, you read Diddy. So she's reading as Jane again. Make sure not to make me feel high and dry. Put something in my account. So agent reads as Diddy. Hey, how are you? What was the last, what was that 3 days later? So that text was 3 days later. Yes. Then I guess then record $3,000 record $3,000 JP Morgan. I mean, then record. I'm sorry. I guess then for in the records $3,000. I guess there was a transaction from JP Morgan for $3,000. Maybe that's what it is. Like I said, it's so choppy. It gets a little frustrating sometimes, you know. But let's see if they got other things. Okay. Records show messages about January 2023 debauchery. So, special agent, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that they are talking about these hotel nights. Okay. Apparently, Diddy and Jane hosted 3 entertainers during a specific hotel night in Los Angeles. Diddy sent Jane an audio message, according to the records, that said, hey, let me know right now if I should book debauchery for 9 o'clock, yes or no. Jane, okay. Text back, according to the records, yes, it's a thumbs up, or yeah, it's a thumbs up. She then asked him to send for money to buy new clothes, the records show. Later, Diddy sent another audio message saying, sent you $15,000, baby girl, according to the records. $15,000 to go buy some new freaking clothes. That's insane. The jury saw flight records for all 3 quote-unquote entertainers. Let me just repeat that one more time. The jury saw flight records for all 3 entertainers. Not just one. 3 of them. 3 of them got moved. 3 of them been moved. Okay. 3 of them. So, did he schedule one of the entertainers through Cowboys for Angels? Jane paid Cowboys and Angels $1,100 on CashApp and text Diddy, send this as proof of payment. The records show. Yahoo! Yes, so they're like, make sure that whippersnapper, make sure he got paid, because we don't want him feeling like he just got yeeted. Okay? Yeet. Cowboys for Angels. Cowboys for Angels, indeed. Howdy, ma'am. Okay. Yep. Yeah. That's a real thing right there. So records. See what I'm saying? Paper trail. Follow the money. Okay? Follow it. Period. All right. So let's see if we got any more updates, baby. Because at some point, they're going to be going into a lunch break for sure. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming, right? And when that happens, yeah. But this is very, very interesting. Let me refresh this ish, baby. Okay. So then record $3,000 JP Morgan. Okay. So who texts Jonathan Perez? KK. She says, heads up, PD going to the guest house. So Puff Daddy going to the guest house. So please turn off the public screens. Okay. What do they say the fight is actually about? Her being jealous and yelling at him. So what's this? This is Jane and Anton, one of the other S workers, right? And I'm wondering what this is all about, baby. Shamalama ding dong, baby. This is going to be crazy. To the break of dawn, baby. To the break of dawn. But this is a very interesting situation. Again, to me, they're doing everything they can to show the paper trail. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Don't worry, I'm just pulling up a few things because I just want to see if there's any more updates before we continue on. But there is an update from from NBC. Let's grab that. But again, this to me is showing them like, yo, breaking more information, right? One thing after the other, and all that. Okay. So yeah. What do we got? Breaking news from on Iran. Okay, I'll take a look at that here in a second. Let's take a look at this update here. Okay. So Jane told Diddy she is not an adult film star, okay, to be ordered to have relations with strangers. So again, same thing that we've heard a billion times before, but she is saying it even more blatant, right? So around the same time of this lawsuit, Cassie's lawsuit, Jane texted him that she was not a corn star to be ordered to have relations with strangers. In a series of text messages, Jane said it'd been 3 years of having to F strangers, telling him that, quote unquote, the hibbity dibbity is sacred to her and that she didn't want to be intimate on his command anymore. Jane said that she was mentally and physically drained of it all. Now, again, I know some people are going to go ham on her with this. Okay, they're going to be like, what? Stop it, girl. You were all fine and dandy, fine with it for 3 years, but suddenly now you got a problem. Now you got a change of heart. Now you suddenly have a conscience, right? I can see it. I can see where people are going to be going ham on that. People are going to be in their feelings about that for sure. Okay? They're going to go ham on that. And that's crazy to me. I think that's crazy. Okay? That suddenly out of nowhere she goes, oh, the hibbity dibbity is sacred to me. Why didn't you say that 3 years ago? That's what everybody's going to say. Why didn't you say this 3 years ago? Why do you suddenly say it now? Oh, and here's the other thing too. Like I said, we talk about both sides of the fence, baby. So we're going to talk about it. But some people are going to go, oh, that's so convenient. How convenient that she suddenly says it's sacred. Right around the same time, Cassie drops a massive scathing lawsuit against Diddy. Some people are going to look at that and go, could she have been saying that because she was trying to jump ship? She's trying to jump from a possible sinking ship. Or she sees this as an opportunity for a money grab. So maybe she's trying to create some sort of, narrative now that she's like, oh, no, it's sacred to me now. And it's like, wait a second, you had 3 years with this dude and now you're saying it's sacred? What in the F? Right? So I can see it too. I can definitely see it. But then there's also that other part of me that's like, hey, maybe she's being made, okay? Maybe she really was being made to do certain things like this, right? So again, very interesting stuff. Just very interesting. And I can see both sides of the situation. I also believe that, when somebody says, okay, I'm cool with it, and then they say, stop, no, I don't want to do this anymore, you need to listen to them, right? It only takes one time for you to say no, for it to turn into a crime, right? So again, it's like, all right, she could sit there and say yes all day long for years and then suddenly say no. And she's been saying it like in these text messages, at least. She's sitting there going, I am tired of being your doll. I don't want to be your toy anymore. I'm tired of it. Quit having me do these things. And she should have been listened to. Doesn't matter if that came out of nowhere, right? That doesn't matter if she was saying it for 3 years or not saying it for 3 years. And then suddenly one day she has a change of heart. Things like that do happen, right? So, yeah. So very interesting. We got a new update. Okay. So they're going into a lunch break here, it looks like. So Jane and Anton was in the next text message, I'm assuming. Okay. So it says on June 20th, who does Jane actually call? Jamel Douglas, aka Anton. Okay. What was sent to Fahim? Banking coordinator will pick up the cash. $5,000 for you, $15,000 for PD. Puff Daddy. So what injuries are on Jane? Objection! Sustained. Okay. Was this video found on Jane's iCloud? The agent says, yes, it was. No further questions. And then they say, we'll break here. So clearly they're going into a lunch break right about now. Okay. Now, a lot of people misunderstood the indictment. Diddy is not being tried for actual misconduct. The FOs form part of the charges because of the connection of the enterprise or the connection to the enterprise. If his company wasn't involved, he wouldn't be in court, in my opinion. Interesting. Well, that is a theory. That is definitely a theory. I mean, sure, it shows it. Yeah, it shows enterprise. Will this be something that can really send this home to the jury? That is something that I think is still needing to be answered, right? But still, this is very interesting. And again, you never know. She may have always seen the hibbity dibbity as sacred. Or here's the other thing too. Plenty of people change their ways, and sometimes on a dime, right? There have been plenty of people that go out and do, a big night of drinking, and then suddenly the next day they go, you know what? I'm done drinking. I'm not drinking anymore. Or, you know what I mean? Or any of those things. So it is possible that maybe she was totally down for it, but then realized, you never know. She may have found God. But even so, she said, I find it sacred. She still went and continued to have freak-offs with this dude until he got arrested. So again, to me, it's like, if you find it sacred, why are you still Why are you still here? If it's sacred for you, you should have been not doing these freak-offs anymore. Cut it all the way off. Now I get it. Also at the same time, okay. Oh my God. Oh no. Well, we're going to talk about that. We'll talk about that in a second. Thank you, Mo. And I thank you to the person who said it earlier too. We're going to get into that. I promise. Oh my God. Yep. Like I said, it's only just begun. But anyway, as I was saying, it just doesn't make sense to me that she would sit there and go, this is sacred. I'm tired of being your little doll. Quit treating me like this. But then she still continued doing it. And I get it that he's holding this, that she feels like he was holding the house and the rent over her head. And, he's like, hey, if you don't give me none of that, okay, you don't give me that good and perform with that good with all these other men's in here, that I'm not paying. I get that fear, but I don't know. There's just a part of me that's like, you stop, But like I said, I am not her. I am not in her shoes. But it is interesting that it's sacred. Yet you were doing this for 3 whole mother-loving years. 3 years of having relations, sharing the sacredness of the hibbity-dibbity with random dudes, and being filmed doing it. So I get people getting angry and feeling some type of way about that. Now, we have got to do we got to do a left turn here, guys, because apparently there has been some breaking news and holy poop on a stick. We got to talk about it. Sheesh. Okay. First and foremost, I need to pull up a few things, guys. So grant me a little bit of grace because this is all breaking news right now. And of course, we need to talk about it. Okay. As you guys already know, there has been a full on beef that has been going on between, obviously there's a war going on between Iran and Israel. Over this weekend, America got involved. We went in and we went boom boom on a bunch of areas, and apparently they say completely obliterated these specific sites. Okay, where they are allegedly building nukes. I'm not kidding. In Iran, Iran got mad. I get it. They got mad and they said, we will retaliate. We will respond to what America did with absolute force. In fact, they were saying 50,000 of your soldiers, of your American soldiers, are going to be coming back in body bags. Okay? They are not playing. And they're very, very angry. All right? So apparently there's been new updates saying that Iran has fired 6 missiles at a U.S. airbase in retaliation for what Trump did over this weekend. So let me just, like I said, I'm trying to get all this right now because, I'm just reading the headline. Hold on. Let me just see what's going on real quick because I figured there'd be at least a breaking news update somewhere, right? Yep. Here we go. We got to look at this, guys. I know not every but here's the thing. Get used to it because there's gonna be a lot of this going on these shows from this point on. Real talk. We're gonna be talking about a missing kid store case, and then something breaks. There's gonna be a breaking news situation, and we're gonna be talking about it and all that. So just get used to it. Get ready for it because we talk about everything on this channel. So don't forget to hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Don't forget to subscribe, of course, as well. So Iran has launched 6 missiles at the US's biggest base in the Middle East in response to what President Trump did over this weekend. Okay, bombing these nuclear labs over the weekend. So aerial defenses were activated shortly after a quote unquote credible threat alert was issued to the Al Udeid base in Qatar. Now, of course, I'm going to be just demolishing these names. I apologize. No disrespect. Okay, which hosts over 10,000 U.S. troops as well as over 100 aircraft, strategic bombers, and tankers. So, U.S. bases in Kuwait, Iraq, and Bahrain also sounded their air raid sirens shortly after this particular base was targeted by Iranian missiles. So again, President Trump has headed to the Situation Room as air U.S. targets across the world are put on high alert. It comes as Iran warned the U.S., okay, that the U.S. will directly pay for the strikes on its nuclear facilities rather than standing behind Israel, with the Islamic Republic prepared for a war lasting up to 2 years. This is what a senior Iranian official told reporters. So let's go over here. Let's take a look at this. We might have to hit the rewind button here because there's some stuff that's going on. Holy crap. Okay. Holy crap. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here too, guys. So just rock and roll with me, guys.
American forces at Al
Sorry about
Udeid
that,
in
guys.
the
I thought
past,
the
but not after
hold on.
Sunday's strike, though state television has mentioned American bases in its broadcasts. Qatar maintains diplomatic relations with Iran and shares a massive offshore natural gas field, but closed its airspace amid Iranian threats to retaliate against the United States over its bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear sites early on Sunday. Fox News correspondent here with a post, Mike Tobin, saying explosions reported over Doha, Qatar, where U.S. citizens had been advised to shelter in place due to Iranian threat or retaliation. We're working to get some more expert analysis onto the program now as we follow these very limited details at this time. I do want to bring you to this live image that we have over in Doha. Now, as I mentioned, it was a little while ago that we also reported that the Qatar Foreign Ministry said that the airspace closure in the area is a precautionary measure, also taking several of those posts that we saw over on the platform X. Qatar's foreign ministry said in a statement on its state-run Qatar news agency, quote, "This is part of a series of precautionary measures taken in response to recent developments in the region." I want to bring up this as well. A post on X from Fox News correspondent here, Lucas Tomlinson, saying the White House and the Department of Defense are aware of and closely monitoring potential threats to Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, according to a White House official. But continuing with some more of those closures that we reported on earlier today, as authorities, they're closely and continuously monitoring the situation, assessing developments in coordination with regional and international partners, and will provide the public with updated information in a timely manner through official channels. Again, that is according to Qatar's foreign ministry. Back out live to this image that we do have over in Doha, very late into the night over there. Not much activity that we're seeing just now. But again, this is preliminary information on this rapidly developing story. Qatar, which is home to the Al Jazeera satellite news network, there has begun in recent years to document several of these events, especially given the fact that President Trump and when President Trump went back into office in January of this year. Now, the U.S. Embassy in Qatar also issuing an unexplained alert on its website in the afternoon, telling Americans in the area to, quote, shelter in place until further notice. The embassy did not elaborate and did not respond to multiple requests for comment from the Associated Press on the message. The British embassy issuing a similar warning hours later without elaborating. Now, initially, according to the Associated Press, Qatar downplayed the warning, but then Monday night, their local time, it issued the extraordinary order to shut its busy airspace. Qatar, which is across the Persian Gulf from Iran, is home to Al Udeid Air Base, which hosts the forward headquarters of the U.S. military Central Command. Iran has threatened American forces at Al Udeid in the past, but not after Sunday's strike, though state television has mentioned American bases in its broadcasts. Qatar maintains diplomatic relations with Iran and shares a massive offshore natural gas field with Tehran. So we're still looking at the situation very closely here, trying to see what more we can gather here as it is developing a story. I also want to bring us to this live image that we
hold on. Of course, you know, there's more. I'm just pulling up things here. Because you know, there's other reports going on. And again, this is crazy though. So it says here, Iran says it's been, this is about 12 minutes ago. Okay. So it says Iran has begun an operation against U.S. base in Qatar. Iran state TV reports. So Iran has begun an operation against the U.S. base in Qatar. All right. And this is what they've been reporting on Iran state TV. An official briefed on the matter also said missiles have been launched by Iran on the U.S.-run Al Udeid air base. Okay. So American officials have been preparing for the likelihood that Iran could target U.S. facilities in the wake of this weekend's strikes. So again, this is insane. What is actually going on here? And again, I'm wondering how we're going to respond. And then, of course, I'm wondering how everybody else is going to respond, like how the rest of the world is going to respond. Are they going to be taking sides? Is this, is this a full on are we going into war? Now, I know that Trump has basically been saying, we are not at war. We're not at war. We're not at war with anybody. We're not doing any of those things. No, we just did what we did and we walked out. That's it. We walked in, we said what we said, and we left, right? And Iran's like, oh, no. No. You think that you just came in, had to say what you said, got to say your piece, and we don't get to respond? Yeah, we gonna respond. And that's exactly what they've been doing. And apparently they've even said that they were activating sleeper cells in America, Iranian sleeper cells that are in America, on American soil. So again, and that was something that was talked about yesterday as well. So this is some weird and wild stuff that's going on. And this could be very bad, okay, for the American people. This could be very bad for the world. Again, Trump may have thought that he was going to go in, say what he was going to say, and that be the final straw, like the final word. I said what I said. I have spoken, and walked away, right? But nope, that's not the case here. He thinks that just by going in there and going bombs over Baghdad and just leave, he thinks that that's going to create peace. No, you're just waking a sleeping bear. Actually, the bear is already awake. You just poking the very angry, rabid, frothing at the mouth bear. You see what I'm saying? So again, it's like, okay, did the move work? Did the move work? I don't think so. Right now, I don't think so. Because like I said, it's just like, oh, we're gonna do a little bit, but then we gonna step back. We ain't gonna say nothing. But now you see Iran is going, we're dragging you right back in, America. We're dragging you right back in. You do that to us, we're going to do that same ish to you too. So again, this is not good. So missiles fired from Iran towards U.S. base in Qatar and Iraq. So the U.S. is tracking multiple missiles fired from Iran towards U.S. military installations in Qatar and Iraq, according to two officials familiar with the matter. So Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane are in the Situation Room, according to a White House official. A senior official said earlier that White House and Defense Department officials were monitoring potential attack threats, okay, to Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. President Trump toured the base last month, the first commander-in-chief to visit since 2003. That's crazy. And its largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East. No visit in the Gulf would be complete without stopping to salute the people who keep America safe, strong, and free. And this is what Trump told the troops at the base on May of this year, May 17th of this year. This is very interesting. Let's look. Okay, U.S. personnel at embassies in Qatar and Bahrain are in duck and cover. So U.S. personnel at the embassies in Qatar and Bahrain are in duck and cover as Iran launches retaliatory missiles towards Qatar and Iraq. Multiple sources familiar with the matter told CNN. Of course, we're reading this from CNN. The protective measure is taken when there is notification of imminent danger, the sources said. We got another new update here, too. We got a couple new updates. Oh, my dear God. No war, guys. No wars. So Iran launched powerful and destructive attack on airbase in Qatar, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says. So Iran has launched a powerful and destructive missile attack, okay, which we already know about the airbase, okay, in response to America striking its nuclear facilities, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said in a statement. The Islamic Republic of Iran, relying on Almighty God and the faithful, proud people of Iran, will never leave any aggression against its territorial integrity, sovereignty, and or national security unanswered, the statement read. We got more updates. Qatar Defense Ministry says it intercepted the missile attack. No casualties reported. Okay, that's good news. So, Qatar's defense ministry said its air defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack targeting the airbase in Qatar, adding that the attack did not result in any people losing their lives. Okay, no injuries, no demise, which is really good news. Okay, which is obviously very, very good news. We don't want people losing their lives here. Okay, but again, Jesus. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This is no bueno. Cabron, this is no bueno. Let's take a look at this. This is interesting. Badao, splatow. Let's take a look. Let's look at this.
Similar situation here. So I'll to
I'm throwing it back a little bit.
Not because so or moves like they mentioned after a U.S. base, there was no discussion. Whether it was just a handful of rockets just to send a message.
I'm kind of curious about that too. I am kind of curious about like, okay, is that just the first wave of missiles being launched, or could there be more going on here? Right? That they're like, okay, we took our first shot, but we ain't done yet, right? Just because they sent out those missiles and they stopped, that could just be the first wave, and there could be a whole lot more coming. So God only knows, but this is fascinating, and of course, this is sad.
Let's listen in briefly.
התמקדנו בתקיפת מפקדות ונכסים של מערכי ביטחון הפנים של המשטר האיראני ומשמרות המהפכה.
All right, so we are seeing there that that briefing is in Hebrew. Of course, if we get some of those English comments later on, we'll bring you those updates. In the meantime, here, Phil Stewart, a reporter with Reuters, who is covering this extensively, also saying this. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair General John Kane are in the Situation Room monitoring the Qatar situation. Jonathan, that is my next question, actually. When we look at this post here, when we look at the one that we just saw from Fox News saying that this attack is underway, what are people on the ground seeing at this moment, and how are the troops there at these bases being mobilized?
The troops that have been stationed across the Middle East likely were predicting a form of retaliation from Iran, noting that, again, this is not the first time the Islamic Republic has targeted military personnel in the region. So it should have been to an extent predictable. But what you put up on the screen was very interesting with the IDF briefing. It is unprecedented for the IDF to be publishing this amount of information as the war unfolds. So comparing their campaign in Iran compared to their campaign in Lebanon or in Gaza, the amount of information and the effective communication is even other regime officials don't have access to them. So we're really
hold on. I got some footage here. Of course, this is all breaking news information, so you guys know, but there is some crazy stuff. Hold on. I mean, this is saying, let's see. It says, Iran launches missile attack on U.S. forces at Qatar. Okay, so 6 missiles fired at Qatar, 1 at Iraq. U.S. troops take shelter as interceptors light up the Gulf sky. Iran's move is pure provocation. This won't end well. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely to poke. This is them poking back. So take a look at this. And of course, I don't know that music, so I'm not going to risk it. But look at that. All those interceptors coming out. As you just have missiles that is insane, guys. This is insane. Boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, and the hits just keep on coming. Wow, this is crazy too. Take a look at this. Yeah, it's like a fireworks show in a way. Yeah. I'm gonna mute that too. But look, that's insane. That's insane, guys. That is crazy. Like I said, just because I know this is wild, right? This is some wild stuff. I mean, but this is exactly what I mean by like, oh, and that's a little kid. Do you see that? That was a little kid in there too. That's terrifying, y'all, because you got a lot of innocent lives there too that are all their lives are getting risked. You know what I mean because of this stuff that's going on. Like I said, I'm definitely not here for war. I'm definitely a no war person. I like peace in general. I feel like we can all be better, and we can all do more. But man, I'm going to keep an eye on that for sure, because that is just some crazy stuff that we're seeing. But again, that's breaking news, guys. That's some updates. Thanks to you guys for letting me know about that. Because I knew something was going to go down, but I just didn't know it was going to go down like that. So I thought things were going to go down this weekend, and it didn't. Again, I'm keeping an eye on it. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on it for sure. Okay, we're gonna see what's going. We'll see what's going on. Okay. Again, I don't think Iran's going to be done. You see what I'm saying? I just don't. I think Iran's going to be even more mad, even more upset, and they're going to go ham. That's what I truly believe. But we'll see what happens. I don't think that wave. I don't think that that's the only missiles that were launched. I think that there's going to be a lot more missiles launched after that. So it's not done yet. That's what I think. But I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. So real quick, guys, I got to go take a quick bathroom break and all that. So we're going to go over to the trusted law and crime channel and see what they got to say about the coverage going on inside of this Diddy trial. This is kind of the boring stuff right now. I'm really looking forward to the closing arguments, like their closing statements. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they say. Is it going to be the same BS that they said in their opening statements, or or are they going to go for a different approach? And I'm just specifically talking about the defense. How are they going to wrap this up to convince the 12 jurors that he is innocent? Okay. So again, I think it's going to be very interesting, but I'm going to play this a little bit. Okay. I'll be right back. Let's check out this. Shout out to the amazing Law and Crime Network. They've been doing some really great coverage on this. Want to hear what they got to say about this, but I will be right back and we will talk more.
Let's get into more substantive questions. This is from Shady Goat. How is Diddy in court today? And were there any suspect looks that he might have given towards the jurors? Because he can't be trusted.
Well, definitely as far as Diddy's demeanor goes today, he was doing kind of what he's usually been doing, jotting notes down, talking to his attorneys, all of that stuff. There are a couple moments, especially when the sexually explicit videos were played specifically to the jury. Obviously, we weren't able to see those. They were under seal. And so I was seeing him kind of peek over at their direction because they played those explicit videos for a long amount of time. I think longer than whenever the summary witness was talking about the Cassie summary exhibits, was playing for that amount of time. But for these specific videos, I did see him kind of peeking over here and there, especially because of the duration and how long they were playing. Plus, It was super quiet inside that courtroom when they were playing those videos. Literally, you could hear a pin drop. It was just that quiet. But again, these are only shown to the jury. But as far as what I could see of Diddy's demeanor today, still the same old. It doesn't seem that he feels maybe nervous or anxious. But again, we're never inside his mind, so we don't know 100% for sure what he's thinking at all times.
We got a old Hollywood angel says, can you tell Elizabeth we call her Queen Elizabeth? So again, you're getting a ton of praise from all of our fans. Elizabeth, I got a question for you. I'm reading the transcripts of these voice messages from Sean Combs, whether it's to Jane, whether it's to associates. How impactful are these voice messages? It seems to me, if the government is trying to say he played a central role in setting up these wild king nights and transporting people and paying for their services, to have him on these voice notes feels like a mic drop in the moment, no?
It was a little bit kind of, I think the government was doing what they could do with these voice messages. It wasn't necessarily like a mic drop moment, but it also could be depending on how you look at it. So when you're hearing Diddy on these audio messages asking for $5,000, $10,000, making sure that Jane has $15,000, it's a lot of money that's just being casually talked about during these audio messages. And even when you kind of hear his demeanor on these audio notes, because, you know, obviously we who have been covering this case, we know what Diddy sounds like. We know his voice. We hear him inside the courtroom sometimes when the jury is not present. However, for most jurors, I would expect that most of them don't really recognize his voice, and maybe I would expect that maybe they don't match it to the person sometimes, especially because as you're hearing it, he's asking for large sums of money. He's asking for medication. He's asking to make sure that he has as much baby oil as he can, because he was like, why am I out here searching for baby oil? Just make sure I have this baby oil here. I shouldn't be doing this. But he was saying it in kind of a joking manner too, that you really can't tell if he was being kind of serious or if he was being playful and joking. You never just know what they're thinking. But as far as just what the government was doing by playing these particular voice messages, of course, you're hearing about the money being exchanged. You're hearing about, or I shouldn't say exchanged, but about the money being obtained or given to Diddy in some form or fashion. You hear about him asking Christina Quorum, for example, to make sure that the assistant set up the rooms before he gets there. Or you're hearing in just different messages, just things that he would say to Christina Quorum about, get me this, get me that, I need this, please and thank you, here and there. So it could be a bombshell moment depending on how you look at it, but it's interesting just kind of hearing these all play out. Now, there were a good portion of the audio messages that we didn't hear. I think there were some technical issues. Some of the audio messages weren't necessarily redacted, so we didn't hear everything in its full capacity. Right. But as far as what we did hear, I think it did kind of have a sticking point possibly for the jury.
You have to explain to us what's going on after the prosecution rests. So we get this question from Lisa 5472. Elizabeth, has the defense given any clues on what they're doing after the prosecution rests? Because are they planning to call witnesses or no? Are they just planning to play some exhibits? What's going on? I think we learned a little bit more about this at the beginning of the day, right?
Yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of confusion on whether or not the defense just plans on admitting a bunch of stuff into evidence, or are they going to be calling a witness to kind of explain a lot of things. You know, initially the defense was like, okay, we're going to call Vashta Dunlap, we're going to call Dr. Bardet, we're going to call another witness to testify. But it seems like there's kind of confusion on whether or not all of these people are actually going to be called, because if everyone remembers, just last week, the government said that, or excuse me, the defense said that their case in chief would be less than they were expecting. They plan, and this is still the plan, for summations or closing arguments to happen this Thursday. So it's possible that they may still call maybe one witness, maybe possibly two. But as far as maybe just a long witness that they may see for the defense's case in chief, it doesn't seem like that's necessarily happening. So we're still going under the impression that maybe a witness or two will be called. But as far as the defense's case overall, it seems like it'll be kind of wrapped up by either tomorrow or by Wednesday at the latest.
And which is why we're saying it seems unlikely at this point, highly unlikely, that Sean Combs is going to testify, because if he did take the stand, that whole schedule gets thrown out the window. Okay. Got a question from Sam. For beautiful Elizabeth, what is your personal thoughts on what the outcome of this trial will be? Guilty or not guilty?
Ooh, that is a great question. I'm a little mixed, right? Like, I think the government really does have a strong case for counts 3 and 5, that being transportation to engage in prostitution. Because as much as we talk about this trial, Jesse, I think there's a lot of people who still are under the assumption that Diddy's only charged with RICO and that he's only charged with sex trafficking. But that's not the case. He has those other charges too, that being transportation to engage in prostitution. And it seems like from the government that they have at least that kind of going in their favor. Now, as far as sex trafficking with Jane, I'm still kind of a little on the fence. It's not up to me, though. It's up to the jury to make those final decisions. With sex trafficking with Cassie, it also still kind of, I'm on the fence a little bit about that, too. And it's not my personal feelings. It's more so just the evidence that has been brought forth. And plus, I think a lot of people have to remember Cassie was at the beginning of this trial. We've had a whole bunch of other witnesses. So do people necessarily remember what all Cassie had to say at the beginning of the trial? I'm not necessarily sure. There's been so much other information that we have heard about since that maybe was able to kind of, poke the holes where it was able to poke the holes in. But again, this is just me thinking RICO, I'm still also on the fence about that. So we'll kind of wait and see what the jury has to come back with as far as what their thoughts are about this. But it doesn't matter about what I think. It doesn't matter what any of us think. It's about what those jurors think whenever they go to deliberate on this case.
Again, why I think closing arguments are so pivotal in this case. The jury instructions so pivotal, trying to tie it all together, how all the elements fall into place, both for the prosecution and the defense. I think of the whole case. I think a lot of this case rests on closing arguments. I really do. Okay, we got a question from Mylan Borbin. Question for Elizabeth. How's the vibe outside of the courtroom as the trial wraps up? Aside from the fact that outside it's like 98 degrees, and I'm surprised you're not melting right now. And this is great reporting. Thank you so much for being outside. But aside from that, what is the vibe outside of the courtroom? Is anybody there, or is the heat distracted people?
Well, the heat, I feel like possibly is attracting people in the sense it's New York City, it's summertime, the solstice was over the weekend, and people are just outside kind of camping with lawn chairs. And I think it's possible that they're using these lawn chairs to possibly sell their spots in line to whoever is willing to buy it. But that's just me. We never know. But it seems like people are kind of camping out because they expect closings to happen. And then, once the jury gets the case, I think everyone wants to know when the jury will give that verdict down. And so as far as the media attention goes, that hasn't stopped not one bit since this trial began. Of course, it's not body to body like it was at the beginning or the first week, but it's definitely, a row kind of also where I am. It just stretches all the way down the street of just reporters, of media, just all doing their live shots, similar to how I'm doing right now. But even outside, kind of past me right over there, you can see kind of the live streamers, the YouTubers, the podcasters kind of doing their, lunchtime wrap-up stream, kind of similar to how we're doing right now. And then there are just people who are just curious whether or not it's to see the family coming outside for the lunch break, or it's to see the family. And some people think that Diddy sometimes comes out of these doors, even especially towards the end of the day. And I have to tell people, oh no, I'm sorry. He's still incarcerated at MDC, but for the most part, the vibe hasn't changed much. It's still a lot of interest in this case, no matter if it's raining, no matter if it's cool, no matter if it's just hot and scorching hot like it is today.
Somebody asked me over the weekend, oh, I heard Diddy's out. I heard he got released. I was like, what's going on here? I was like,
No.
But all right, not the case. All right. This is from Miss G Dove. What was the jury's emotions watching those videos? I imagine they're talking about the sexually explicit videos that were shown today. Misty Maris, who we have on as well, I think she said that the jury's watched like 40 hours of videos right now of this sexually explicit content, maybe. What has been their reaction watching this?
Well, from what I could see of the jury when they're watching these videos, I could see that, and let me just preface it by saying this. It's first thing in the morning. It's around 9 o'clock in the morning, and they're seeing these hotel nights of wild debauchery night, wild king night, whatever we want to call them, those types of videos just bright and early in the morning. And so from what I could see of them, they didn't have much of a reaction. I know when they were watching the Cassie sexually explicit videos of the freak off tapes and things like of that sort, that TMZ reported that one of the jurors kind of giggled. But from what I could see of them today, watching the videos that featured Jane and Sean Combs and the other entertainers involved in their hotel nights, that I didn't see much of a reaction, but they were watching those videos for a long amount of time. I think overall, AAUSA Maureen Comey said that it was about 50 videos, and maybe, it's hard to kind of guesstimate how long they were watching those videos, and they were into individual clips. They were playing for maybe 2.5 minutes, a minute and a half, or a minute, however much it was, but probably all together they were watching those videos, and I hate to like guesstimate, just in case I'm wrong, it felt like they were watching those videos for at least an hour. Now I might be wrong, but it felt that was how long they were watching those videos.
I said hours back then, not 40 hours, 40 minutes worth of material. I think hours would be a lot. Okay. This is a great question from Alana Rodriguez, a question that's coupled with a compliment. Hey, Jesse, can you please tell Elizabeth I said I hope she's doing great, and I think she's beautiful. You're both pretty great. So if closing arguments are Thursday, when will there be a verdict from the jury?
Ooh, that is a good guess. Well, let me just say this, that July 4th is next week. I'm going to guess I'm not going to say if I had to put money on it, because I always lose when I say that, but I'm going to guess that possibly they'll come back on the 2nd. And then there's been discussions that they might also deliberate on the 3rd. Now, originally, if court was going to kind of continue on and we were kind of getting into that time frame, they initially weren't going to have court on July 3rd, but I think it's up to the judge's discretion on whether or not the jury will actually be able to deliberate on that day. So I'm going to guess probably July 2nd or July 3rd. Before the July 4th weekend, I think they'll come back with the verdict, but we'll see.
Okay. We got a question here from, where is it? Okay. This is, I just had a great question. Oh yeah. This is from Janelle Smith. Would the jury have access to these exhibits during deliberation?
Yeah, they actually will. And I think that's part of the reason why this summary chart is so important. Yes, these are repetitive messages that we have already seen, but now these messages are all kind of in this concrete way where they can go and look at, GX 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, know that exhibit accompanies this particular flight and this particular booking. They can see the text messages, the videos that accompany it. And I think that's kind of the big part of why these summary exhibits and these summary charts are so important. Now, there have been some exhibits that have been just used as a demonstrative exhibit. So that won't be something that the jury will actually be able to take back into the jury room and see all of that stuff. But as far as most of the exhibits, as far as photographs, videos, text messages, flight summaries and catalogs and all of that stuff, the jury has a lot of evidence to really kind of consider. And remember, everybody, this trial has been going on for quite a while, so they'll have a lot of things to consider in terms of just the amount of evidence they saw, going all the way back to Cassie, to Officer Israel Flores, to Kid Cudi, to Mia, to Capricorn Clark, to Jane, just a whole bunch of witnesses. And that's not even including the assistants too, that they'll be able to kind of see all of these things probably in one place, especially with the help of those summary charts from the government.
Elizabeth, I mentioned before, this is a question from Never Be, though. Jesse, it's been rumored that Diddy wants to take the stand and sideswipe the prosecutor by doing it last minute. Have you heard anything? Have you heard any rumors about it, Elizabeth?
I have not heard any rumors about it, but I think that's an interesting question, because remember when those documentaries were first coming out, even prior to trial beginning, where Mark Agnifilo said something along the lines of, I can't keep my client off the witness stand whenever it is his time to kind of tell his story. He was kind of saying that at the beginning. Now that we're in trial, I don't know if it'll actually be the same. Nothing is confirmed just yet. Who knows? It could be a last minute decision, because the defendant does have that right to testify if he chooses to do so. So we'll wait and see. Nothing's confirmed just yet. Who knows? I might just be running out here one lunch break and be like, Diddy's about to take the stand, but that has not happened yet. And we don't know if that will necessarily happen too, but nothing is confirmed just yet.
All right, Elizabeth Milner, I don't want you spending any more time outside than you have to. So jump back inside. Thank you so much. And I'll see you later for our daily sidebar recap, where we recap everything that's happening during the day's testimony. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Good seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me bring back in my panel. We got Joe, we got Barrett, we got Misty. Misty, I'll start with you. I was mentioning it before, the defense, I thought, has done such a great job in their cross-examination of key witnesses, and particularly, as I said, in succession. I feel like that has a strong impact. And I'm curious, at the end of that cross-examination of witnesses like Mia, or witnesses like Jane, or witnesses like Brianna Bongolan, do you wonder why the prosecutors called those witnesses?
I definitely did with Brianna Bongolan. I thought her testimony ultimately ended up looking so not credible that I was curious as to why prosecutors wanted her to testify. And just to remind the audience, she testified that Diddy had dangled her off of a balcony. So we call it the balcony incident. And I think prosecutors may have wanted her testimony because that really is, when you think from just a layman's mindset of what racketeering activity is, and you think of the mob, somebody being dangled off a balcony might really fit the bill. But ultimately, her credibility was impeached significantly. And Jesse, just extrapolating that a bit further, I think the defense did an excellent job with the witnesses that you just identified and others by using the electronic footprint, text messages, emails, social media posts. Those have really taken center stage. And when these witnesses testified on direct about certain incidents or certain mindsets or certain issues that they had faced, whether it be their employment or their interactions with Combs, defense was able to bring them back contemporaneous to the time and show these messages and really kind of flip the script on that context. And I think what you're going to see in the summation is the defense tying a lot of that together and weaving a story together that really undermines some of the, not only the credibility of the witnesses, but a look back at what was happening at the time, which is the critical time period the jury will be deliberating about.
Joe, we got more questions coming in. This one's from Miss G Dub. Do you anticipate jury nullification? So first explain what jury nullification is, and do you anticipate that that could be a serious concern going into deliberations?
You know, the jury is everything, right? And so you don't want anything to happen where what someone on the jury, you know, someone gets removed from the jury, or something that the jury is going to end up doing ultimately ends up getting nullified. That we've lost one juror. There was talk about losing a second juror. That didn't ultimately happen, or certainly hasn't happened to this point. And so what you're hoping at the very least is that if you are particularly a side that you think may win, but certainly the prosecution, you want to get all the way through with the jurors, so that there's not so much undone that there ends up being a mistrial because of something that someone on the jury is actually doing.
Well, I guess, Joe, I guess the question would be, I mean, how much do you concern that the jurors would base their decision not based on the facts or the evidence presented in court, but more so? I mean, look, there's a concern. This has come up that as soon as the jury sees the 2016 tape of Cassandra Ventura being beaten by Sean Combs, they're going to say, we want to get him for something. We want to get him for something. I don't care if it meets the elements of racketeering. I don't care if it meets the elements of sex trafficking. We want, or like you said before, we were talking about before, this is like the king of New York. People love him. You know, that was the concern. That's why jury selection is so important. How much is the jury going to make the decision on emotion or anger or a sense of loyalty or a fan service, as opposed to the facts and the law and the evidence?
Yeah, good redirect. Thanks for that. Yeah, you gotta listen. It takes a village. It's important for the jury to actually do their job. They can't make a decision despite the evidence, right? They can't look at the evidence and because of some reason or some other, they actually end up ignoring it and not doing what it is that they're supposed to actually do. They're supposed to weigh the evidence, they're supposed to consider the evidence, and they're not supposed to find someone, make a finding that's contrary to the evidence because of some reason outside of the evidence. And so I'd like to think that that wouldn't happen. You need a thoughtful jury though, because this is a long trial. So they need to consider everything that's going on and not be taken away. You know, maybe the nullification piece is a little bit more, you have a little bit more fear for that when you're dealing with a star, when you're dealing with someone that's a public figure, right? Someone that's been, that people feel a certain way about, someone with the key to the city. So hopefully they do what it is that they're supposed to do and actually consider the evidence so that when they come out, there's no undermining of what they end up coming up with.
Got a super chat question for you, Barrett. This is from Smarty Pants again. Smarty Pants, thank you so much. Can the defense use Cowboys for Angels? So that's that website, that company that Cassie and Diddy used to hire escorts, or allegedly used. Can the defense use Cowboys for Angels not being charged in this case to their advantage? Let me just double up. Can the defense say, how come this person wasn't charged? How come this person wasn't charged? How come they weren't charged? Is that fair for the defense?
The defense can absolutely make that argument. Ultimately, it doesn't have any legal significance, though. So the judge will come back to those jury instructions, right? The judge is going to instruct these jurors that you are not to concern yourself with other people who weren't charged. said, of course the defense can bring it up. I think they, their argument on that line is like, he was targeted because he's Diddy. There were all these other people that they could have charged. There were, perhaps entities they could have charged. And instead they chose to focus on him because of his star power, because of his cachet. And they wanted this to be a well-publicized trial.
It's a question we keep getting a lot because racketeering conspiracy can't agree with himself. There has to be others. This is an interesting one we get a bunch of times, and I want you to clear it up, Misty. This is from Lily Gazarian. Hi, Jesse. If he's acquitted, can he sue the feds for defamation?
Yeah, no. Usually that is not something that could happen. It cannot sue the feds for defamation. So long as these cases are brought in good faith, there's not going to be something that could happen. Wouldn't be defamation, maybe malicious prosecution, but not really relevant in this particular case. So he's unlikely to have any recourse other than being happy that he was acquitted and then moving on to deal with
questions here, Joe. They're all kind of similar. We got this question from IA that basically is like, what is the impact of this case? It's so kind of legal, not legal. Got this question from Malaya Bilbrew. When and if Diddy is convicted, can we no longer listen to bad boy music? And then you got this question from Cheryl Willis. Will bad boy artists be released from their contracts if Diddy's convicted? So basically, the main question is, if he's convicted, what is the impact going to be? What's going to happen to his company? What's going to happen to the artists? Can people still be fans of him? What do you think?
If he was convicted, there's a question as to whether a lot of his resources, financial resources, would be taken away. And so theoretically that could happen. As it pertains to the record side, I don't remember the current state of Bad Boy. Bad Boy has had better days. He's gotten into other things. I don't know if they have a distribution deal, if they are self-owning, et cetera. So there might be a matter of assets being taken up somehow. My understanding is that Diddy owns his masters. I could be wrong about that. So we don't know exactly what would happen about that. Now, I still listen to R. Kelly. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'll still listen to Biggie. I'll still listen to Faith Evans. So nobody has to stop listening. And if you want to tell yourself that this is the reason why you do it, well, he's going to have bills to pay and he's going to need the royalties that are related to that. R. Kelly's royalties are going to his victims. So you can keep listening to him just like you can keep listening to any other person that was potentially convicted of a crime. You could put Michael Jackson in that category. You could put other people in that category. I'm not one that says I'm going to stop listening because this person has some serious faults and maybe they're convicted of a crime. Don't judge. I don't judge anybody that feels differently. But if not for any other reason, the fact that there's probably resources that still need to be brought to bear. This guy's got 80 lawsuits against him, and that money's going to have to come from somewhere.
Well, it's interesting you say that because we put up a poll. Even after all this, would you listen to any music released by Diddy? 60% say no, 20% say yes, 18% say depends on the song.
I think it's going to be very hard for anyone to not be able to listen to a song that isn't connected to Diddy in some sort of way. I'm just saying. I just it's the same thing as people who believe that MJ, Michael Jackson is guilty of the crimes that he has been alleged of doing to littles and all that. It's the same thing with R. Kelly, right? People still listen to R. Kelly. Just like you just heard that guy say, he's like, yo, I listen to R. Kelly. I still listen to R. Kelly. I think that some people, that's the thing. Are we going to be able to disconnect ourselves from the person, from the actual artistry, from the music? Here's the thing. I'm not kidding. I'm at the gym. I got my headphones on. I'm doing my thing. I'm getting my workout in. You know what I mean? I'm getting my swole on. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Busta Rhymes, Pascal Cavassier comes on. Okay. Out of nowhere. And I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm bopping my head to it because I'm like, yeah, I forgot that song. I forgot about that song. Pascal Cavassier, Pharrell, etc. You know what I mean? So anyway, so I'm in there and I'm listening to the song and all of a sudden you just hear Diddy's voice and I'm like, oh, damn. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's going to be a lot. I mean, he is such a big part of music of at least the 90s, right? At least the 90s. Classics that it's going to be very hard for people to suddenly go, yeah, I'm muting Diddy. I'm going to mute Diddy. I just don't think it's going to be fully possible because he has his hands on so many different things. Everything from Notorious B.I.G. all the way to, I mean, even to the most recent artists that are out here right now. So again, I just think it's going to be very tough. R. Kelly though, Aura, let's be real. He has some classics for sure. Okay. But at the same time, he doesn't have like the legacy that, or like the catalog that Diddy does, right? Diddy had his hands on a lot of things. He was behind the scenes on a lot of songs. You know, a lot of these people, these artists that we listen to and we that are highly revered or that we love and love listening to their music, he still had some sort of influence in those things. So it's going to be tough. Like I said, yeah, even Lil Kim, Faith Evans, right? Literally, I'm in the car, Sirius XM is on, and suddenly Lil Kim's Put Your Lighters Up, is on. And I'm like, man, I haven't heard this song in a long time. You know what I mean? Keep putting them lighters up. And I'm like, oh man, yeah. But then in my mind, I'm like, oh damn. It probably was touched by Diddy in some sort of way. You know what I mean? So again, I look at those things. Yeah. Usher, 112, so many artists, right? That you instantly are like, damn, you'd have to cut out everything. Like you'd have to skip the 90s. Okay? Straight up. You'd have to skip the 90s and the early 2000s for the most part. Because a lot of things that a lot of the music that we listen to, Diddy had something to do with it. So again, it's tough, This is tough. So yeah. Yeah, it's not hard not to listen to Diddy, like his literal voice. Yeah, you just got to be intentional. You ain't wrong with that. Ebony, you ain't wrong with that. Like you just got to know not to play that song, or got to know not to play that song. You know what I mean? But I could see, them having a hard time because he has, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, shoot, some of the biggest songs with Biggie, have Puff in it, have Diddy in it as well. So like I said, it's just interesting, right? It's just interesting. We shall see what's going on with that. Of course, I'm keeping an eye on everything with Iran, Israel, and all that. They should be back by now. They should have been back like 10, 15 minutes ago. Yeah, just about 15 or so minutes ago. So let me see. As far as the case, as far as the trial. Hold on. So far, nothing so far. Let me just pull this up, pull this back up. But this has been a very interesting thing. Court is done for the day. People are saying, if that's true, that's wild. That's wild if that's the case. Let me see. No, not true at all. This is 2 minutes ago. Cross-examination of special agent begins right now. So they had the break. So the Homeland Security agent is back on the stand. All right. So Teddy Garagos is leading the cross-examination of this Homeland Security agent. So now we just got to wait for some conversations. Just waiting. In the meantime, I'm going to look up, see if there's any new updates revolving around this. So, interesting. Trump administration was anticipating retaliation from Iran, White House official says. Just a little update on what's going on in the Middle East right now as we speak. As we heard, there were missiles that were launched towards U.S. airbase. Apparently, there have been no casualties. There have been no injuries. About 6 to I've heard 6. I've heard 10 missiles that were launched towards this airbase in Qatar. But so far, we're hearing that there's that he's that everyone's safe. Okay, there was a duck and cover order made, and of course, no one got hurt, which is obviously very good news. Okay. But they said the Trump administration, was anticipating Tehran would retaliate after U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites over the weekend, and the president does not want more military engagement in the region, senior White House official told CNN. We knew they'd retaliate. They had a similar response after Soleimani. This is what they said, referring to Soleimani, the Iranian commander who was unalived in a U.S. airstrike in 2020. The official said initial assessments were that the missiles fired by the Iranians on Monday didn't hit their intended targets. So Qatar's defense ministry said its air defenses intercepted an Iranian missile attack on the U.S. base in the country, and Trump is willing to escalate U.S. military involvement if necessary. The official said Trump is due to talk to national security officials Monday afternoon, and it is possible his posture could change. So again, yeesh. Okay. And what's interesting is I think he's posting things online on Truth Social. Trump is, at least, saying all kinds of interesting stuff like drill, baby, drill. Like, I don't know. Like apparently prices of something's going on. It's affecting the price of oil right now and all that. Like, I don't know what's going on. But I'm looking into it when I'm just waiting for more information. It's just a very wild situation going on with Iran, Israel, and all the stuff that's going on over there. Let's see. They're back. Okay. They're back. Let's get the witness on stands. Jury enters. So then she starts. Okay. This exhibit shows expenses paid for Diddy. This is an account from QuickBooks, right? In abundance of caution, let's turn off the public screens. So public screens are being shut off again because they're putting up a whole lot of stuff. Okay. But again, like, to me, like I said, I feel like they're going to be going through this stuff and trying to like make it seem like, oh, there's an error there. There was supposed to be a decimal point there and there isn't one. Look, see how messy this is. Like, that's kind of what they did last time with Penland, with the other agent that came up and was doing all the analytical work, right? So again, we'll see what they do. Hopefully this isn't like watching paint dry. Okay. But let's take a look at this. So he returns to the stand again. He's getting cross-examined by Teddy Garagos, which is interesting that Teddy Garagos, okay, is back at this again. Okay. Yeah. So he spent most of the morning as a conduit for prosecutors to show text messages sent by and to Diddy filling in details of defendant's work and love life. Okay. And of course, we've already seen, we're already seeing a good explanation of that. In my personal opinion, I think that they are showing that pretty damn well. Hey, he's sending text messages about setting up these freak offs, and then after that, it'd be like, hey, I need money because I need to pay this guy. Or there's straight up text messages that he's having with actual the people of Cowboys for Angels, basically saying like, you are charging me too much. I'm a regular. You should be, I should be getting some sort of discount because I keep hiring these guys all the time. I mean, it's just like I said, one thing after another, after another, after another, which is obviously a very interesting pieces of information, and obviously showing that Diddy is hiring, coordinating, and getting these things to happen, these freak offs and these hotel nights. So again, very interesting stuff. Okay. That's interesting. Wise. Yeah, by a third. And that's interesting that the oil prices would surge. I believe, a third or something like that of the oil goes through that strait. Yeah. Gas is going to skyrocket. That's exactly what they're saying right now, that, but that's the reason why we're hearing Trump now basically saying like, we need to drill now. Drill, baby, drill now, drill here. We got plenty of oil. We got plenty of good stuff here. We need to start drilling. And he's been saying that since his campaign. Okay. He even said it at his inauguration speech. He said, we're going to drill, baby, drill. That's what I've been saying. Drill, baby, drill. Yep. That's what we're going to do. We're going to drill. That's what he said. Did he? Did he not? So again, this is very interesting that now he's like, now is the time to drill. We must drill now. Right? Actually, let me see. Sorry, I know we were kind of hopping back and forth. We're going from war to Diddy, then from Diddy to war. But hold on. And don't worry, I'm going to be doing a live a little bit later on today, just going through all the stuff that's going on, because clearly there's a lot going on. Okay. Especially overseas right now. And I don't think it's going to be done. I don't think it's over yet. I think it's only going to get worse. But again, I'm hopeful that I'm wrong, because I don't think we need to be going into war. I don't think we need to be for it to expand into something even worse, where other countries get involved, and then next thing you know, it's all this bad stuff, right? So again, I just don't want that to happen, right? Are you reacting to my Trump one? My Trump accent? I'm trying to figure it out. I've realized if you go all the way ham, like if you go all the way in and just what you think is an exaggeration is exactly how he sounds. That's just kind of how I think of it. But if you liked that impersonation of Trump's voice, thanks. I appreciate it. Some days it works, some days it doesn't. You know what I mean? But anyway, let me just see something here. Let me just see what's going on. I'm trying to see. Yeah. Because I know he's been saying something. What is going on here? Hold on, guys. See, this is interesting. So again, this is what he posted on Truth Social. Like I said, look, everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it. This is what he posted on his Truth Social. So, did I hear the former president from Russia casually throwing around the N word, nuclear? Oh my good God, look at this. Okay. And saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran. Did he really say that? Or is it just a figment of my imagination? Wait a second. This is real? Is this real? Is this really Trump posting this? What is going on? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N word should not be the N word, guys. The N word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and lethal weapons ever built, and just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their marks perfectly, by the way. So, in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. What is going on? What? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? If he did say that, like what's going on? Okay. So now the he just donned the N-word to be just nuclear now. So he's like, you don't say the N-word. Nuclear. Can't say that. And then he's like, did I just hear you say that you are willing to supply warheads of the N-word kind to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. Yeah, he's on the knees, just cradling the balls on Putin right there. By the way, if anyone else thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful lethal weapons ever built, and just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their marks perfectly. So, in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. I don't know what is going on. That is some, what is the what in the what? Okay. What Bino see, like, going, honey, the world is ghetto. Yeah, this ain't even bougetto. Okay, this ain't even bougie and ghetto combined. This is just, we just straight up ghetto. We just straight getting gutter. This is crazy. This is crazy. What is going on with this world? What is going on with this world? What is going on? Okay, clearly we got to go back into the Diddy stuff, but what is going on? What's going on? Hold on. I'm checking one more thing. Did he say more? Because like I said, he's like, drill, baby, drill. What is going on? See, like, okay, I just don't think that a president should be using their social media in this type of fashion. That's all I'm trying to say. It just shouldn't. Okay. I just don't think so. Now, again, everyone's entitled to their opinions, but I truly think that a president shouldn't be going onto a platform and saying things in general. Okay. But that's just me. Okay. Have mercy. Okay. We're keeping an eye on this. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. But that's very. I don't think it's. I just don't think it's a great a place. You know what I mean? Because he could literally say just one thing that could be taken completely out of context, and it could cause pandemonium. That's just what I think. I just think that there's a recipe and room for absolute disaster. But that's just me, right? Like I said, everybody's entitled to their own opinions about all this stuff. But yeah, things need to start. I just wish there was I just wish this wasn't happening. Let me just say that. So let's get into this because we got a few things now. I was just waiting for it to give us some updates. Yeah. So yeah, that's the other thing too. Is like, would this be grounds for impeachment? Right? Would this be grounds for impeachment? Because I know a lot of people are like, he should be impeached. He needs to get kicked out, fired from his job for doing what he said he was never going to do, etc. Right? But that is the question, right? That is the question. Could he actually get impeached? I don't think he will. I just don't think so. So let's go. All right. So we still have the Homeland Security guy still on the stand as we speak. Okay. So they're still going through this BS, the charts and all that crap. Okay. So Garagos goes and continues. Okay. Let's look 7 lines down. The public screens are still turned off. Okay. Says JetBlue LA agency fee, other AR receipt, Diddy, for Diddy. Did you see that? And then the agent says, yes, I did. Look at line 9, JFK to LAX, account of Jessica Ruiz, CD, Opco, LLC, right? Yeah, right. Says it right there. When you did the chart, you saw only the Amex records, correct? I saw what was presented to me. This is another chart that you reviewed. Let's go to page 15, row 39. You listed the lawsuit, Cassie versus Diddy, and Diddy's IG video. You know, the one he found God, he found sobriety, he found therapy, right? His BS apology video. Did you see this month? Did you see this month-to-month lease in Jane's true name? Have you ever seen this specific exhibit? I have not. Turn the public screens back on. Here you saw Diddy saying, damn, wish you were here, right? Yes. Damn, wish you were here. Let's see what CNN has to say about this. Invoice lists Combs, not his businesses, for New York City trip expenses. So Garagos went through a September 2023 invoice from Diddy's travel management company that lists expenses, including flights for Jane and the entertainer Sly for the trip to New York City. The invoice says various expenses for Diddy. Garagos highlighted the invoice lists Diddy personally, not one of his business entities. So they're basically saying, like, wait a second. No, you can sit here all day and make it seem like he said that he has some enterprise, but he's doing this all on his own, right? This is not through Bad Boy or some other LLC. This is all him doing it himself. And that's interesting, that they're not even trying to hide the fact. They're not even trying to deny him paying for S workers at this point. They're now just basically saying, well, this wasn't some sort of enterprise. He did this all on his own. He paid out of pocket with his own money. This was not something that was paid for through his businesses or any other entities that he was hiding behind. Nope. He did this with his own money and his own personal time. See, so still, no matter what, they're not denying that S workers were involved. They're trying to deny enterprise. They're trying to deny RICO and racketeering, right? Because again, he will be found guilty on pros. He will be found guilty on STing as well. That's what I truly think. He technically flew people across state lines. He will be found guilty on that. Abso-freaking-lutely. Okay. But now you can tell, like you could see the defense isn't even fighting it anymore. They're like, all right, but you can tell that he didn't pay through his businesses. He paid through his own money. So that's what they're trying to go with now. Right. Joanne, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Imagine the outcry of if Obama went online like this when he was president. I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. I mean, shoot, if this was Biden, if this was anybody else, okay, I just feel like, you know, the hypocrisy is real. That's all I'm going to say. Because there's certain things that will be chastised and ridiculed when other leaders are doing it, but then when he does it, it doesn't even matter. It's okay he does it, but if it's somebody else does it, they get completely just destroyed. So, like I said, it just doesn't. It's just wild. Again, like I said, it's wild. Even so, it's wild that there's a lot of people that feel the exact same way that I feel about, like, hey, we don't need war. Please, no war. Let's not do war. Right? I think that's very interesting. That there's a lot of people that believe the same thing. That a lot of people that are either Trump supporters and not Trump supporters. We are all kind of agreeing. We're all meeting in the middle and basically saying, like, this is not good. We want peace, not war. Right? So that is it's a very interesting just piece of information. Right? Because for once, people are agreeing on that one thing at least. Like, please don't get us into something that we shouldn't be even getting into. Right? So again, I think, yeah, the selective outrage is real. Absolutely, JD. Okay. It's crazy. Okay. And hey, listen, Nicole B, you ain't wrong. Right? That's true. You can't threaten the U.S. without the U.S. doing something about it, for sure. But at the same time, the retaliation or the answer to those threats now have had not the best repercussions, because now we're dealing with missiles being shot out at, you know, U.S. Air Force bases out in the Middle East. You know what I mean? Out in Qatar. That's not good, right? And of course, the thing is last thing we need to do is is having these kinds of debates and arguments online for everyone to see, talking about doggone nukes and saying, you know, the N-word now is referring to nukes now. I mean, it's not the time, you know? It's just not the time. So again, it's just very interesting. Like I said, like I said, if this was any other president, I'd say the same damn thing. I'd be like, yo, why are you going online and saying these things? Why? You know? That's just me. I'd say the same thing to any other president that would decide to go on to social media and start putting their beef out there on social media. I just think that's wild. I think it's sloppy. Okay. But it is what it is. So many incidents in chart happened before Diddy paid Jane's rent. Okay. So Homeland Security officer confirmed that many of the incidents listed in the summary chart occurred before April 2023, when Diddy began paying rent for her new home. So agent also confirmed that there could have been times that Jane and Diddy saw each other that were not included in the summary chart. Yeah, I think that's fair to think about as well, right? I feel like that's a fair assessment. Reboot this real quick, refresh the page. There we go. We got a couple. So again, okay, so he says, so Here we saw Diddy saying, damn, wish you were here, right? Yes. Programming note, because the public screens of the exhibits have been turned off nearly all day, the seemingly fast oral reference to swipe diddler may have been too good to be true. Earlier in the case, we referred to Cabral as Sly, aka Sly Diggler. Okay, moving on. So then she says, here, Jane writes, I'm horny for you, and put in deep in me. These 2 pages are not in your chart, are they? No, I don't think so. Having wine miss you, that's not included either. Now, is it? It is not. She writes, I have some here, but mostly black dominatrix style, right? Yes, she does write that. I'm going to bring up DX3328 under seal, page 17, messages between Jane and Cabral/Sly. Jane writes, I might have some time off. So Kanye's back in court? Huh? Kanye's back in the room. Kanye's back in the room. Hold on. Tisa tells us this is a clip from Tisa tells. So let's see what this is going on, because this is from today.
I'm not gonna lie, that day is going. The summary witness is doing their thing. But one thing I do want to say is, and this is something very important to note, the prosecution are proving their case over and over and over. They're actually making a really good case by reading the summary witness stuff in. They're making a very, very good case for the fact of sex trafficking by fraud, basically showing how many times Diddy did a bait and switch. But you guys, we need to actually talk about something that's going on between Diddy and Kanye, okay? And that Diddy set Kanye up, and Kanye is here because he is getting to actually be here. And
he's being what? What does she say?
And Kanye is here because he is getting to actually be here. And this is the reason.
What's Bam? What is that? But okay, I don't know what's going on here, but black man. Thank you, Alicia. I'm like, what is she saying? Okay, so Kanye West is back in the house again. Say what? Okay, let's continue. That's interesting. I mean, shout out to Tisa Tells, by the way. Okay, she's been coming in with the, as some of you guys would say, just nothing but the hot tea. Yes, right. So shout out to her because she's been doing a great job covering this whole trial.
Why Kanye is actually showing up. Okay, listen. Y'all know that, when was it? In June of 2024, okay? And it was amended in October 2024, right? Kanye was sued with allegations of sexual assault and drugging. He was literally sued for that. Now, what was he sued for? Listen to me. Just let me get this out, because yes, it could be in the same thing, but I think there's a reason why Kanye is showing up. And this might be, I was talking to my friend Al, this might be why, right? This might be why.
Okay, so he is coming. So Kanye West is back in the house and back in the courtroom, allegedly. But I don't see any posts anywhere about Kanye West being physically in the house. There would have been video about this. There would have been a huge deal about this. Everybody and their mama would have been reposting it over and over and over again. So maybe she's talking about his name is being brought up again. Maybe that's what she's saying, right? But let's continue on, okay? So she says, Garrigo says, okay, so I'm going to bring up DX3328 under seal, page 17. Messages between Jane and Cabral/Sly. Jane writes, I might have some time off. So then she says, Jane also writes, hey, cutie, how are you? And he writes, just back from cooking for a brunch. I'm one of a kind, baby. She writes back, LOL, these pics. Okay if I fly you out. I'm so horny. I need you. I need you. I'm touching myself right now. Right? That's what she said, apparently, in the text message. So the agent says, yes, that is what she said. That's what she said. Get it? Yeah. Anyway, very interesting. So now we wait for more. So maybe, I guess maybe she wasn't there. Yeah, I mean, we all do it, Shanna. Shanna, we do it all. Shanna, nana, nana. We all do it as well. We all do the code words and all that because we like working. We like, a lot of us do this for a living, right? So, or a lot of us do it as part of our living, right? So, so again, yeah, very, very interesting stuff here, guys. Okay, I was gonna say I don't think he's in the house, because if he was at the courtroom, everybody and their mama would be talking about it. Everybody would, like they did last time, right? When he showed up, it was a huge deal. TMZ had him plastered all over the front page, right? Everybody was talking about it. Every person that's covering this doggone case was like, wait a second. Mirror. This just in. Diddy's, Kanye's here. You know what I mean? So, even I did it too. Shoot, everybody did it. Okay. So again, I'm like, what does that have to do with everything that's going on? Still very interesting, nonetheless. Was Kanye blackmailed? I don't know. But interesting. Let's move on. Okay, if I fly you out, I'm so horny. I need you. I am. She's touching herself right now. That's what she's saying. Right? Then the agent says yes. So moving on to the next part. These messages you reviewed omitted emojis, right? I'm not sure. Jane writes, see you soon with kiss face emoji, then heart eye emoji. He, Cabral/Sly, writes, me too, also with emojis as well, right? Yes. So now they're talking about emojis. Well, you didn't put in the emojis, and the emojis are everything. When she puts in the heart eye, the kissy face emoji, and the eggplant with the water squirting, emoji, she's using all these things. Did you not? Don't you see that? You omitted all those, and those are important too. No, they're not. Unless it's the only thing that she's messaging people with is just emojis. But if she's saying, I'm so horny right now, that she's, when I think about you, I such and such, you know what I mean? If she's saying that, we don't really need emojis to get the point across. You feel me? So it's interesting that she is going straight high school right now. No. You're missing out on the emojis. The emojis that were used, those are crucial. Crucial. Yeah. Come on, guys. You're missing out on the emojis. Come on. Sheesh. Kind of dumb. Sorry, but yeah, this is defense. This is the defense doing it. Okay? This is a Legally Blonde moment. Whoa! That's a legally blonde moment. Now I'm waiting for Reese Witherspoon to come in here and go, so you know that the emojis are so important. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, because the emojis have been omitted, my client is absolutely innocent. Like, come on, guys, come on. Stop. Freaking emojis. Anyway, so Me Too also with emojis, right? Yes. Now turn off the attorney screens too. Did you see the metadata? Yes, I did see the metadata. Test the headphones to make sure they work. Here's piano music. And I guess he was like, yep, I can hear the piano music, you know. Oh, it's my favorite piece. Anyway, they say, okay, now play the video. What are they going to play? More freak offs? Just it's just crazy, y'all. Booty holes and halitosis. Yes, indeed. Booty holes and halitosis. Let's see what they got here. Jane said in 2021 text that she wanted to see her quote unquote favorite person. In a November 2021 text, Jane Doe, okay, told the music mogul that she couldn't wait to hook up with quote unquote my favorite person. Diddy then asked Jane for specifics of what she wanted to do with him, and she responded in graphic actual details. I just want to cover myself in vanilla milkshakes and have you slurp it all the way up. Yeah. The defense hopes to show that Diddy's girlfriends were willing participants and not teeing victims as he's eating up vegetable soup. Of all things, vegetable soup. I just don't get it. Yeah, I wish they would stop with the videos too. It's like, okay, they be they're bumping uglies. Yeah, okay, they be bumping uglies. They are bumping uglies again. Okay, we already know about that. You know what I mean? Just bumping uglies. You know, it's a bad thing when because usually, when it comes to bumping uglies, you want to be, you're excited about it, right? Like, woo, everyone's excited about getting laid. But it's bad when you get to the point where you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. Or you're disgusted at the thought of having to do any of those acts with or for somebody. That's serious. And that also says how much they do these freak offs. That's a lot of freak offs, to the point where you're getting sick to your stomach, to the point where you're like, this is the most disgusting thing ever. I don't ever want to even think about this kind of stuff. Like, it's pretty wild stuff if you really think about it. It's wild stuff. But again, they're trying to show that these girls, okay, Jane Doe and Cassie, were willing participants. Are they doing a good job at that? I don't know. Like, now they're going, oh, well, the emojis are important. You don't see that the emojis are saying something profound? Like, seriously? Come on. But okay. So playing the video played with public screen and the attorney's screens turned off. Let's see. Oh, still waiting. No, that's true. That's true. You can make a whole sentence with emojis nowadays, but at the same time, I feel like if there already is a sentence and then the emoji is like a laughing face or a kissing face, but you're saying that you are diddling yourself or that you are turned on, you don't really need in court. I don't think you need the emojis to really send it all the way home that she was hot and bothered. I mean, you get it. If she says I'm hot and bothered, you don't need the emoji to say how hot and bothered you are. You know what I mean? You just said it, so I get it. You know what I mean? That's just me. I just think that they're trying to grasp at straws and trying to be like, oh, see, you missed out on these emojis, and so therefore you're not taking this seriously. You're not taking care of details, and we need details, right? Let's see here. Interesting. What the courtroom could look like. Mm. Yeah, let me see here. Just seeing what was going on with Iran. Come on. Just to see if there was any updates. There are a few. I'm just going to give them to you because we're still waiting for more updates from the trial. Okay, so this is interesting. Iran says it's still committed to warm relations with Qatar and its noble people. So Iran is still committed to maintaining warm relations with Qatar after striking the Al Udeid airbase in that country. So the Secretariat of Iran's Supreme National Security Council said in a statement, the base, which was targeted by the powerful Iranian forces, is far away from urban installations and residential areas in Qatar. This action has no dangerous aspect to our friendly and brotherly country of Qatar and its noble people, the statement said. So again, it's like, yo, we ain't trying to no shots fired at the people of Qatar. We are only just trying to go after the American Air Force Base and retaliate for what they've done to us over the weekend. So that's something that's very interesting. Qatar says security situation remains stable. So Qatar's interior ministry said the security situation in the country remains stable and there's no cause for concern following Iran's attack on the Al Udeid airbase. Airbase. Sorry. And of course, like Egypt Air suspends all flights from Cairo to Gulf countries due to security in the region. Yeah, I mean, if they're launching missiles back and forth, I think that they're going to say, hey, we need to ground all airlines, all flights going towards the Gulf countries right now, because, of course, there's a lot of craziness going on right now, for sure, due to the ongoing events in the region and the closure of airspace in several Gulf countries. Egypt Air flights from Cairo Airport to and from Gulf cities and vice versa have been canceled until the region stabilizes. So this is what Egypt Air said in a statement as well. So again, I haven't heard anything about any new missiles being launched or anything of that sort. So we'll see what is going on. Yeah, Charles Webb, just back to the Diddy stuff. Absolutely. It is pretty insane that credit card receipts, he got credit card receipts for S workers. Absolutely. So defense shows jury actually explicit video after highlighting certain texts. So again, they're trying to show that these girls were, the likes of Cassie and Jane Doe, they were about it, they were down for it, and they loved it. Okay, that's what they're basically trying to go with, that they did those things out of love for their man, and they wanted to keep their man happy, and their man enjoyed being in the corner tenderizing his own meat, okay, to the beat of his own little drummer boy. But moving on, okay, so with this particular Homeland Security officer or security agent being in cross-examination, Tenny Garagos has addressed a certain time frame, November 8th to November 10th, 2021, that this agent had touched in testimony under examination by prosecution earlier today. Garagos pointed to some messages Jane sent during this time frame that were not intended in the summary chart. After Diddy texted Jane asking if she wanted to see him, and an entertainer called Paul, Jane wrote that she was she was hot and bothered, according to one of the messages highlighted by Garagos. Diddy asked her what she wanted to do, telling her to be explicit. So in other words, girl, I want you to be nasty. I want you to tell me exactly what's going on, what you want, but I need you to be nasty, girl. Nasty. So explicit. So Jane then texted him descriptions of actual interactions she wanted to have with Paul and Diddy, according to the exchange that that Garagos highlighted. So in other texts, Jane sent explicit messages to the actual entertainer called Sly and told him that she really wanted to see him, which we saw in that from Inner City Press. Garagos had the jury watch a actually explicit video clip from November 10th, 2021. Okay, so earlier Monday, the government also showed the jury a clip from a actually explicit video from the actual same day. And again, I mean, they're in there doing it. Okay, they're going knee deep. All right, but they're trying to say, hey, Jane Doe was loving it. Jane Doe was about that life. She wanted to have a good old time. She wanted to see that big old juicy hog, and she wanted to have a blast and maybe get blasted too. Okay, and that's it. And you can see it in these videos. She's having the time of her life, and that's it. It's very interesting. Okay, but let's see what Inner City Press has to say. But yeah, like I said, I feel bad for the jury. Like, I really feel bad for the jury, because there's certain things I'm sure they're like, I don't want to see all of this, and they're just getting plastered with the very, 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 very intimate and nasty and raw and kinky stuff. Like I said, there are ladies in that room, like they are, I'm sure, verklempt. Okay, straight up, just yeesh. Okay. So so Garagos says, keep the public screen off, pull up DX 3328. So Jane messages Cabral. What does he respond? He texts, I'm just chilling in Houston waiting for my flight. Then Garagos asks, Jane also writes, want to come to Miami? I have a free window. Emoji. I mean, they gotta be tired. Just me, they gotta be tired of it. Okay? They gotta be like, oh my dear Lord. You know, it's like, if I have to see another penis one more time, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot, y'all. Like, that's, you know, I'm sure everybody, sure you're watching spicy content on your own free time, but that's when your mind is ready for it. But imagine a whole thing where you're just hearing how nasty, the stuff that they're doing is just nasty. It feels so unclean. To me, it just feels so unclean. I feel like my skin would be crawling in that room, just absolutely crawling. But that's just me. But it's interesting. He says, I'm just chilling in Houston waiting for my flight. So she writes, want to come to Miami? I have a small free window. So it's like, okay, to come out and smash? And then hop on your flight and fly out to Houston? Want to take a quick trip out here and then... That's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy, y'all. The stuff that they are seeing, the stuff that they were doing, it just feels so unclean. I'm sorry. Oof. It's crazy. And this is real. This actually happened, y'all. This actually happened. Okay? This isn't just like a random thing that happened just once or twice in Diddy's life or in this Jane Doe or Cassie's life. No, this happened weekly and lasted for days. And then what I'm trying to say is they have footage. Like, this isn't just a situation that only happened just once or twice and it was like whoop-de-woo, you know what I mean? No, this thing happened for real. And they have footage. 50 videos of one of the freak-off nights. 50 individual videos from one of the freak-off nights that they have. They got way more than that, guys. Way more than that. But it shows proof positive that this stuff did actually exist. Mabel, Cassie even said it, that they would do freak-offs weekly. Weekly. Just so you know, weekly. Okay? Go back to her testimony. She even said that. Weekly. Now, with Jane Doe, there were moments where it would go basically on a weekly basis, and then it would stop. And then it would start again. And then it would stop because they would break up, or she would basically stand her ground and say, like, I don't want to do this, y'all. Okay? Like, sure, man. I'm just saying. Oy. Oy. Yeah, now I got questions about Will. Like, I got so many questions now. I got so many questions, y'all. I don't think you understand. Come on. Still nothing. So Pasquale, great name, by the way. So Good question. Okay. Do you think that there's any chance that they can charge the diddler with the demise of Tupac and Biggie during this trial? No, not this one. No. I mean, there would have to be some huge revelation for it to be like, oh wow, we need to look into the whole Tupac and Biggie situation. No. For this one, no. But I could see them trying to charge him with something else later on. But I think it all depends on how they're able to. I think it depends on how they're able to get a verdict that they want with this particular trial. You see what I'm saying? It depends on what they get as a verdict. Because if he's found not guilty, they might just leave him the F alone, right? If he's found not guilty on all charges, they're just going to leave him alone. That's what I truly think. But if he's caught or if he's found guilty on some of these charges, if not all the charges, I think that, yeah, they could still build some more things on him for sure. But they need proof of those things. They need proof of those things. You know, they need smoking gun evidence. They can't just go and throw him back in trial again and just be like, oh yeah, you did that thing with Tupac. You're the reason why Tupac's gone, and you're the reason why Biggie is gone too, right? No, they need to have smoking gun evidence without a shadow of a doubt. He either orchestrated it or he is the one who pulled the doggone trigger. They need that hardcore evidence before anything else, right? But then, you know, that's the thing though. See, this is why I'm upset, because it's like, what about like Netanya, right? What about Netanya Rubin? What about DeWitt Gilmore? What about any of these people? Like, I'm so surprised that I'm dead ass super surprised that they did not bring in Netanya Rubin for this trial. I'm absolutely shook that prosecution did not bring her in to testify. Same thing with DeWitt. Okay, you know, you got Netanya. Okay, if you don't know who I'm talking about, Netanya Rubin. Okay, they were at the. She was one of the victims that was hit in the face. If you got shot in the face, okay. When Diddy, J-Lo, Shine, they were in that club. Apparently, there was some sort of altercation, and then Diddy just pulls out a weapon and starts blasting. She got hit in the face. Right now, she's been out here talking. Okay. And speaking out, and she's been on so many shows, okay, talking about things. I even reached out to her, said, "Love to get you on the show," and I never got a return email. But it's fine. It's fine. It would have been an honor to get her on the show. Real talk. And the platform's always open to have her on the show. I would love to hear her story over here as well. But still, nonetheless, she is a victim. They settled outside of court. She saw him with her own two eyes holding a weapon and pulling the doggone trigger. Why did they not bring her in to speak? Same thing with DeWitt. We had him on Friday, right? He was somebody who also wrote a book called The Night Puff Tried to Kill Me. Why? And he was getting chased throughout in the streets of Manhattan in the middle of the night. Diddy and a bunch of his goons, full on high speed chase. And he's alive to tell the story. Why didn't they bring him in? In fact, there's so many people that they could have brought in for this trial, and they didn't. And I'm still wanting to know, prosecution, why? Why didn't you bring these people in? You got Netanya Rubin, okay, full on victim of Diddy. Yes, I know he was exonerated and all that stuff, and Shine took the fall and blah, blah, blah. I know all that. But she remembers seeing him, Diddy, not Shine, Diddy, pulling the trigger. And that's why she still has, if my memory serves me correctly, she still has fragments of that bullet still lodged in her head, lodged in her face. Still. And I think that's just insane. Okay? I think that's absolutely insane. I'm not sitting here saying that the feds did not present a strong enough argument, but I feel like showing that the violent side of Diddy, the fact that he would have, or he was orchestrating certain things like having people carry weapons for him, like his girlfriends. Okay. Certain things like that. They didn't bring them in. Yeah, Nicole. Like Natanya would have been, I think, a fantastic witness. I think the same thing with DeWitt. I think DeWitt would have been a great one too. I feel like they would have really sent that home of the, him running an enterprise, like a criminal enterprise, by how they were victims of this man. And it just doesn't make sense. Like I said, it just doesn't make sense that they're not being called up. They were not asked to come in and speak or anything of that sort. And that just, like I said, that is just, it's stupid. It's weak sauce in my personal opinion, but okay. I mean, if the feds think that they got what they got and it's enough for them, I guess it is what it is, right? But let's move on. We got another one. These are taking a lot longer than expected. Okay. But again, she writes, when you want to come to Miami, I have a small free window emoji. Okay. So she continues. Jane writes, "Oh, Sly, thank you for making me feel so beautiful." So then the agent, reading as Sly, he writes, "You called me by my government name." I said, "Whoa." Oh, I said, "Whoa, things are getting personal now." So then Jane writes, "I'm traveling. Maybe you can come to PCR test needed." PCR test. Okay. So I'm traveling. Maybe you can come too. PCR test needed. I don't know what PCR is. PCR test. What is that? Anybody else know what that PCR? What does it stand for? So, okay, it's healthcare providers can use PCR to test for infectious diseases, to look for genetic changes in tumors. Okay. Or genetic diseases. Yeah, today's a little bit of a watching paint dry. But I think we're all kind of waiting for the closing arguments. I think that's what we're all waiting for, because the defense isn't bringing anybody in. They're not bringing anybody in. Okay. Yeah. So maybe it was the Rona. Maybe it's a Rona test. But interesting. So PCR test needed. Then Jane writes, wait, you have a passport, right? Do you have your passports? Do you have your shots? Then don't worry about the PCR test. Your Honor, is this a good place to stop? It's 3 p.m. And then they say, okay, jurors, you may go. And then, of course, they say, I have an hour and 15 minutes left or more. Garagos is going to make people very bored tomorrow. That's what's going to happen. She's like, I have an hour and 15 minutes left of this ish. Yes. Do you have your passports? Do you have your shots? America. Yes. Do you want to come to America? America. Do you have your passports? Do you have your shots? Oh, dear Lord. I can't believe that's real. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Okay. So they be wrapped for the day, you feel me? So again, this was a very boring day. But it's okay. It's okay. was just hoping for a tad bit more action. But here it is, though. They have an hour and 15 more left with this guy, okay, with this Homeland Security guy. But then after that, they basically we start marching into the closing arguments. Now, I think that's going to be interesting, okay? Yeah, I guess it is a Rona test. It's got to be. She ain't asking him to do a blood test, to see if he got any STDs. Okay, she's not asking that, which is crazy to me, because you'd think that these are professional. They're professional players. You get what I'm saying, right? You'd think that they would all be like, no, tests, all of them. You got to come in with an up-to-date test, right? Showing a clean bill of health before you even walk into this room. They don't do that. They were doing Russian roulette the entire doggone time, which is insane. Okay? Taking risking it all. Okay? Insane. But these are the kind of things that I hate. You know what I mean? Like, when you have the heavy hitters, like when you get the Cassies and you get the mule, okay, Brendan Paul, you get Jane Doe, you get, Caitlin Clark and all, Mia and all the other people that have come up. Those were very interesting and very riveting types of testimony. But, when we get into the technical jargon of BS, this is the stuff that gets really old and really boring. But it's necessary. This is the parts of that they're trying to connect all of the dots, because you could sit here all day long and say that he's doing certain things, but they're like, but you don't have him at the place doing that said crime. So the boring stuff here is really where we make the sausages, right? This is how the sausages are made here, right? How the case and the trial, why we are at this trial in the first place. These things like this, right? Transactions, showing a paper trail of these transactions, money being moved from one person to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other. Okay. I mean, those things I think are incredibly important. Yes, they're boring. Okay. I didn't mean Caitlin Clark. I meant Capricorn Clark. Did I say Caitlin Clark? My bad. I meant Capricorn Clark. Okay. But nonetheless, the boring stuff is where this is the most important stuff here, is proving that he was paying people, making people do certain things at specific times in specific areas, etc. Right? So again, it is boring, but it is necessary. Let's see. We got some updates here. Of course, they adjourned for the day. Okay. But let's take a look at this. So okay. So, and I also feel that I'm saying this, I'm going out on a limb in saying this, and it still doesn't mean anything. It could mean that she just wanted to take some of her power back, some of the control back. Maybe that's what it is here. But let me just say this. I truly think that she was still linking up with Sly on the sly. Yeah. I think she was still bumping uglies with Sly on her own free time for ish and giggles. That's what I truly think. I know that is very that is quite a statement to make, but I truly think that she was kind of like, in her mind, she probably was like, if Diddy got his own playthings, I can have my own playthings. And she kind of was having a relationship, maybe not a relationship, but you know what I'm saying, with Sly, without Diddy even being there. That's what I truly think. And she probably is like, okay, he has his playthings, I have my plaything. Now we're even, right? That could be it. But then again, it could be absolutely wrong, right? And just something. Or, because even when he said something about like, you call me by my government name, he's like, oh, snap, now things are getting serious. You're not saying that to a client that you're just bumping uglies with. That is just like, we get together, we smash, and I leave. No, you don't say that to somebody like that. And then also at the same time, it's like, why would Sly ever give a client his government name? Something to think about. That seems a bit odd, don't you think? Right? That's a little weird, right? Just saying. So, let me read this stuff for you guys. Jane said in 2021 text, oh, I already said this, that she wanted to see her favorite person. So, more explicit videos. Like, they're like, oh, and here comes the more bumping uglies. Oh, the defense showed jurors explicit video footage of Jane having relations in November of 2021. And the video was only shown to jurors, the judge, and lawyers, as it was shielded from the public eye. So it was immediately clear, or it wasn't immediately clear what was in the footage, but the defense likely hopes to show Jane as a willing participant. Yeah, because she's probably going, yes, yay, I'm loving it. Woo. Give me that juicy hog, wherever the hell it may be, right? They're probably like, hey, she was enjoying every freaking minute of this. What the hell are you talking about, right? That will be the conversation that the jury will be having when they are deliberating, right? And they remember the defense's opening argument was this was all love. Remember that. This was all love. So again, is it really love? We'll see. That's going to be something that they're going to be talking about. So, Jane asked for a freak-off text show. So, in December of 2021, Jane reached out to S-worker Cabral and appeared to initiate a freak-off. Before, however, Jane asked the S-worker to take a PCR test, harkening back to an era when America was still fighting to control the Rona. Okay, so you're right. Because I was like, what's a PCR test? I don't remember that. They just called it a COVID test, for crying out loud. That's how I remember it. Let's see what CNN has to say. Okay, so just Jane there's text messages of Jane inviting entertainer Sly to join her and Diddy. So let's see. Okay, so after one of the encounters, okay, she texts Sly, so happy you are such a sweetheart. Thank you for making me feel beautiful. In another message, she wrote, getting flashbacks, followed by a drooling emoji. Yeah, to me, it just sounds like, she was loving every minute of it. Okay. Hamburger. Let's see if there's any updates about Israel. Okay. Nothing really. It's just like a recap. Everything you need to know, right? Oh, I definitely think you can groom an adult. Absolutely. I think so. Absolutely. I think you can. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. You most definitely can. But here's the thing. Obviously, today was a very interesting one. Tomorrow, they're going to be finishing up with this Homeland Security special agent. And then there is, what did they call it? Charge. I forgot what it's called. But they got a day of that, which is something interesting. And then they got closing statements. Okay. Yeah, sneaky link. Yeah. Like I said, I think like he was a sneaky link or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Something about the Sly thing seems strange. But I truly think she was just doing it, trying to get some sort of power back. Because she had no power. She had none. Okay. Now that doesn't mean that I'm not defending or condemning, okay, condoning or condemning this particular person, but it is very interesting how she would have these text messages with Sly, and they were kind of more on the flirtatious side, right? Yes, so yes, that is true. Closing arguments will be on Thursday, but I'm kind of curious about what they're going to do for the last half of Tuesday, and then what Wednesday is all about, right? what Wednesday is supposed to be. So, like I said, I think it's very strange that they're going to have a whole day of like nothing. And then Thursday is when they do the closing arguments. So, excuse me. So like I said, charge conference. So yeah, charge conference. Thank you. It was a charge conference. Thank you, Allie. So I'm interested in that. So that's going to take a whole day. That's going to take a whole doggone day. Hey guys, we're going to explain to you what the jury instructions are for 8 hours. That's very interesting. Okay, but again, it is what it is. And then Thursday, closing arguments, right? So tomorrow, they'll be finishing up this guy. Then it might be a half day after that, depending on if there's like a cross and redirect and recross and all that. But outside of that, once they're done tomorrow for that hour and 15 minutes, I guess we'll see what they're going to do with the rest of that day. I know that the jury probably wants to get to deliberation as soon as possible because they've been here for 28 days straight. Okay. It's been 28 days, 28 court days. It's been a long month. Okay. Or it's been a long, almost 30 days. So again, I think they're all really ready to just get in the room, deliberate so they can come up with their verdict so they all can go back to their regularly scheduled programs of life. So let's see here. Let's see this. This is some more information. Okay, so they're dismissed for the day. Okay, she says she has about an hour and 15 minutes of additional questioning for the special agent for tomorrow morning. So the parties are discussing logistics for the rest of the week. Garagos said both sides expect their closing arguments to take 4 hours. That is insane. Just so you know. Hey guys, we're going to sit here and talk to you for 4 hours straight. So closing arguments will likely continue into Friday. The government will have an opportunity to give a rebuttal after the defense's closing arguments. Holy poop on a stick, man. 4 hours to sit up there and go, and so you can see the defendant is guilty. You really need 4 hours to do that? Same thing with defense. My defendant is not guilty because it was all about love. All about love. Really? 4 hours for both of them. So you got morning. They do their opening statements, I'm sure, or their closing statements. It'll be most likely prosecution. And then it'll be defense after lunch. And we're going to have to sit there and listen to them try to explain what love is. You know, when a man and a woman and another man love each other, they express it in very, very interesting and very inquisitive ways. Okay. But as you can see, my client, he's all about love. Yes, he likes to beat off in the corner, watching people slathered with baby oil all over their bodies as he holds on to a little bottle of Astroglide. But he is an innocent man. How dare you? How dare you judge him on how he expresses his love? We're all allowed to love in our own ways. Are we not, ladies and germs? Are we not? So I just, the nut juice on the nipples. I don't know. I don't know if I could look at him the same anymore. Like I said, I just can't. And it doesn't matter how many ways. I can't unsee it now. You know? I just can't. All right. But that's the thing. How are they going to present this? You know? How are they going to because we already know how the prosecution is going to present it. They got literally, I get why they're going to be doing 4 hours. They got plenty of things to say. The defense, what are they going to do? They're going to go up there and go, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my dude innocent. We rest. Like, that's all they're going to say, because they're not bringing any witnesses. So what are they going to do? Copy and paste the speech that they had for their opening arguments for their closing and keep it moving? You know, like, as you guys can see, this is BS. All right? Just because he's a little freaky does not mean that he did any of these crimes. He loved these women. And he loves seeing these women get loved by other men while he's in the room seeing the love happen on tape. Where is it illegal in that? We are chastising this man for his spicy and zesty appetites. I think that's wrong. Think about this for yourself. Would you want to be judged by what you look up on P-Hub? The defense rests. I'm just saying, is that what they're going to say? It's going to be interesting when that happens. Indeed. Indeed. But here it is, though, guys. It's going to be a wild one. Tomorrow's going to be boring as fuck. But we're going to be fine. And hopefully tomorrow it'll all be wrapped. And then there, of course, there will be jury instructions on Wednesday. And then Thursday, it will be the moment I think we've all been waiting for, the ending to all of this. And then it'll be verdict watch. And we'll be there for that too. So again, I appreciate you guys, spending the time with me. Obviously, there's still a lot. Okay. There's still a lot. We're almost done. It's almost over. Yeah, thank God it's almost over. I'm telling you right now. Okay. How long does the verdict take? Shoot, however long it takes them to be in that room and sit there and go, so is baby is it that bad or no? Will you consider that trafficking or no? Yo, man, that Astroglide took me out though, man. Damn. You know what I mean? Like, this is what they're going to be doing in the room. Okay. And then some old woman that's in the jury is going to be like, I just can't unsee what I saw in those freak-offs. I just can't unsee it. So again, the things that they are saying, because like I said, even some of the jurors are like not really wanting to see the footage. You know what I mean? Some of them are like, yo, like bodies kind of turned. They don't want to have any reaction. They don't want to see it, but it's just getting shot in their face. That sounded weird. Wow. I didn't mean like that, but you know what I'm saying. It's just like, blow. That sounded weird too. But you know what I'm saying, okay? It's just like, yikes. I did not want to see that, but I have to see it, right? And there's more where that came from too, because Diddy's insane. Yeah, go ahead, Shane. Enjoy you some soup. Oh, just nasty. Just nasty. I really can't look at vegetable soup the same way ever again. I just can't. Okay. I just can't. I'm sorry. No. I really who has a hankering for hot liquids after they get done spilling their own hot liquid? I'm just saying, I don't automatically go, man, I'm so turned on. Let me get some vegetable soup. I just don't do that. Okay? No one does that. I mean, except for Diddy. Okay? That is a strange craving. Okay? it's, like, yeah. And they just bussing. They just bussing everywhere. Like, would you really want to eat soup around people that are just bussing everywhere? Ish just flying everywhere. Men's vanilla milkshakes flying all over the place. Like, you're not asking for extra cream in your mother loving vegetable soup. Okay? You didn't ask for that. They just bussing. Everybody bussing. Yeah, nut juice soup. Goo. But you know what I'm saying? Hell is wrong with you? Okay? Yeah, that vanilla milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. Right? I just can't. I just can't. Yep. He wanted it slathered on his chesticles. Like, what the whole milk lattes, by the way. Whole milk lattes. You can't make this up. What about gallons of water? How about just that? Water. Sandwiches. But you just got dudes in there like, howdy, ma'am. My name's Sly. I'm here to rock your world. And he bussing. Okay. He out here bussing. And then you got the next guy, whatever his name is, Rico or something. You know what I mean? Sup? He goes there. He bussing. And all the while, he's just sitting there eating soup. I just eating soup. That's not normal. It's not normal. Okay? It's not normal. A lot of bussing. That's just not normal. That's not normal, y'all. That's not normal. That's just not normal. That's just not normal. I'm sorry, guys. It's just not normal. Oh man, just bussing. Just straight up bussing. We just bussing everywhere. It's all good. Totally normal. Want some soup? Like, I'm sorry. No. And if I were the Jane Doe or the Cassie or any of these other girls, because there's other girls that were a part of these kind of freak offs too, but later on we'll talk about that in another conversation. But for a fact, if they ever smell like the smell in the room, I'm sure it just instant gag reflex, instant vomit. You know what I mean? The incense, the baby oil, the Astro, the soup, the whole milk lattes, that whole comment, them bussing from under cheese, okay? From under cheese to the sweat drip down my from under cheese. That whole combination. That sounds disgusting. Yes, badussy. Absolutely it's badussy. But it's the worst kind because it's a whole bunch of dudes. Her. And Diddy. With the soup. With all those smells. Yes. I just, but for him, for Diddy, that's like his blue heaven. He walks in. Yes. You know what I mean? The balls and the taint and the balls. Like, he's smelling that and the soup. and the candles, the lube, all that stuff. I just can't. It's so gross. I'm sorry. It's so unbelievably gross. I mean, you know, the hibbity dibbity is never made to be pretty. I mean, it's, if you really think about it, the act of it is gross. Okay. And I mean, when you're doing it with somebody you love and it's a consensual, it's a lot of fun, but you know what I mean? I'm just saying all of that. And then these dudes walking in and you don't know where they've been. You don't know if they washed themselves before they walked in. They could have came in from another party, just straight busting somewhere else and then walking in here, busting in here, right? Just juices all over the place. Like, it's just, no, no, Satan. It's nasty. Okay. Yes. Roses really smell like poo, 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 but they don't smell like this. They don't smell like what those rooms probably smell like. Okay. Yeesh. Anyway. Free puff. So you can go back and continue doing these parties. Shoot. Watch. That'd be wild if he got free. Okay. Let's just say he gets free. Let's just say he's exonerated on all charges. Do you really think he'd be brazen enough to go back to the old ways? Would he celebrate instantly he was cut free by having a freak off party? Think about it. I think he'd be crazy enough to do that. He'd be crazy enough to do that. And it would be the wildest party and possibly dangerous because I'm sure he'd be consuming way too much because he hasn't had it in a while. Everything. The booty, the substances, and the freak offs all combined into one, right? It could be very dangerous if he was cut free. But then I feel like somebody would be like taking a video of it or something instantly because now everybody knows that he a freak. He a freak-a-leak. So somebody would go and sneak in a video, a camera. Okay, somewhere. Cowboys for Angels is like sitting there going, he has been banned. His face, his photo is on the wall saying, do not allow him any services, right? He has been banned, I'm sure, from Cowboys for Angels or any of these other websites that he goes to. He just needs to go and find the warm embrace of a man. Real talk. That's all it is. That's what he needs to do. Let's call it a day. Be done. Okay? It's okay. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that. Love who you want to love as long as it's legal. Consensual and legal. But at the same time, he just really needs to just, let it be. Well, I mean, if he goes to prison, he's going to have plenty of time to figure all of that out. Okay? Because he's going to be in there for a while. If he is found guilty on even some of the charges, he's still going to be locked up for a while. Okay? 10 years at minimum, let's just say. Well, actually, probably 8 if you talk about time already spent. So again, at minimum, 8 years. That's still 8 years being locked up, baby. You know what I mean? So there's still a possibility he could go over and be like, F it. You'll do. You know? Oh, dear Lord. It's a lot, man. Nep, let me tell you. Yeah. That is a lot of oil. Okay? That's a lot of oil. Allie, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Wednesday is between both parties and judge. Jury is not involved. They are arguing / agreeing to instructions the jury will hear after closing Thursday. Oh, okay. So then would we be able to be a fly on the wall for that? Or is that just only for judge and the parties? or will people be able to be in the room for that as well? I'm kind of curious about that. I'm telling you right now. Okay, and it's so funny that you said that, Melinda. People are going to be sending him a little Mott's applesauce. Yeah, cans of Campbell's vegetable soup in the slammer. Absolutely. And let's not forget the copious amounts of baby oil. There's going to be plenty of that too. But one thing that's very interesting about this is, has anyone tried to put applesauce on a burger yet? Has anybody been weird and said, you know what? I need to see if this is fire. Has anyone tried that yet? Applesauce on a burger. Something to think about. Something to think about. Like, I'm surprised it has not turned into like a TikTok trend. You know what I mean? Here I am trying out the applesauce on the cheeseburger. You know what I mean? They've done it with everything else. Oh, I'm putting mustard on watermelon. Oh, that's not that bad. You know what I mean? So I'm surprised nobody's done that yet. Me first. No, I don't want to eat it and suddenly I'm like, something's happening to me. And then all of a sudden I am doing freak offs in a corner somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do that. I don't know if, I might eat the applesauce with the cheeseburger and it might turn me into a Diddy. I don't want that. Might be some weird ritualistic thing that I don't know. Some weird demonic thing. You never freaking know. Okay? I'm not like, what's happening to... And then I'm like, Yeah, do it all nice and slow like. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. No, I can't do that. Beth, we tried to tell Pascal, but now he gone. He gone. We ain't seen Pascal since the applesauce incident. We tried to get him to stop, but he wasn't listening to us. He just wanted to make us laugh. And so now he gone. Mm-hmm. He just gone. He gone now. Yeah, in a corner somewhere. Just in a corner somewhere, like Blair Witch, okay? Like the Blair Witch Project. Some found footage. It's like the Blair Witch Project, okay? I'm just standing there in the corner, you know what I mean? Just going, just Diddy bopping in the corner, okay? Holding the bottle of lube, just Shanna, oh yeah, sending out bat signals. Have you seen this man? He was last seen eating applesauce with cheeseburgers, and he has not been seen since. Have you seen him? And then I'm on Nancy Grace. Where is Pascal? You know what I mean? Just saying. Shout out to Nancy Grace. Come on, I got mad love for her. But I'm just saying, it'll be Ashley Banfield, talking about me as well. A simple live YouTube video of him just eating applesauce with cheeseburgers. And then he was never seen ever again. Has anyone seen Pascal? Famous and attractive, very dashingly handsome man, Pascal, was like, I don't know. You know what? One day I'm going to be wild and I'm going to do that. I'm just going to show up with some applesauce and a cheeseburger. And I'm going to blow all your minds or something. But guys, that is it for the day, or that is it for now. Okay. Trial is over. We got some things going on. We already know we already know we're at the end. It's almost end game now, guys. Closing arguments will be Thursday, which is really exciting. Tomorrow, we're hearing a little bit more of boring. And I guess it'll be like a half day, most likely. And then Wednesday, they're going to be doing their thing for jury instructions, and then closing arguments Thursday. So we'll be here. Yeah, not the blow. I didn't mean it like that. Okay, but you got what I said. You get what I'm saying. Okay, but that is the show, guys. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really means a lot. You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much for spending the time with me. Okay, appreciate you guys. Of course, I'll be back on in a little while. We got some things going on with Iran, Israel, U.S. I'm sure we're all quite curious about that, what's going to happen, what's going to transpire. So we'll be talking about that, I'm sure, a little bit later on this afternoon. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below on your way out. That would really, really mean the world to me. Hit that like button down below. Okay, let's get it to 1K on your way out. Okay, if everybody did it really quick, we'd be at 1K like that, very, very fast. So hit that like button down below. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hit that follow button if you're watching on other platforms. Like the page, follow the page if you're watching on those other platforms. Make sure you're subscribed here on my YouTube channel, The Pascal Show. Go over to the second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there as well, please and thank you. Okay. Hit that notification bell on both platforms so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it's random. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. Okay, guys. Anyway, it's time to get going. Much love to you guys. Have a great rest of your day. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.